Public budget hearing number 1 is called to order. For Select Person Christine Vitale, I'm joined by Select Person Glenn DeKupchik and Select Person Marcy Spalier, who is joining us via Zoom. I'm going to ask you to all please rise for the pledge. Mr. Howard, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. This is the first of what will be 3 budget hearings that the Board of Select Persons will be having this week. Backup is posted on the town webpage. The presentation that I will be giving this morning will also be posted on the town webpage. We have a busy day, so we will get right to it with the presentation. Got my tech support here.
Starting with the normal.
We're starting with a PowerPoint presentation, so
I don't have the Zoom link.
If you open up your browser and just go to join.zoom. .us/location.
Zoom.us/location.
Yep. And then the number is 725 06824
06824
01.
01.
And then the password's super tough. It's 123.
Hopefully that's not a saved password. We're still live, right?
it's
Oh. 1, 2, 3, you said.
Yep.
thank the public for their patience. We're just trying to get the PowerPoint on Zoom.
He's in.
What's the name?
Beat both of them.
So you should be able to share your screen now.
Set tonight. FairTV, easier to present from the podium or from the table?
Podium probably? Oh, if it's you, then, well,
Okay. All right. Let's get started. It is my honor to be here with you all to present the proposed budget for fiscal year 2027, which will begin on July 1st, 2026, and end on June 30th, 2027. The budget is a reflection of our values and advances the administration's priorities. One of our top priorities is attracting and retaining highly qualified personnel. The men and women who work in our town every day, our plow drivers, our police officers, our firefighters, our teachers, the people that work in town hall and serve our residents with tax collection and questions and permitting. They're the ones that keep our town running. And they're the resource that we invest in the most. Another priority, maintaining our stellar school system and our public libraries. We are a community that values education. Our public schools drive our property values and make Fairfield such a desirable place to live and raise a family. Supporting public safety. We have the best police and fire department in the state, in my opinion, and I think that data will back up that assertion. Keeping our residents safe is our most important job, and we take that job very seriously. This budget will continue to invest in our police and fire departments, our FCRD, as well as investments to our infrastructure that protects our community from things like flooding. Building Fairfield's commercial base to ease tax impact on our residents. We've talked a lot about the shift with the recent revaluation, with the commercial base taking up less of the value of the grand list and more of the tax burden moving to our residential property owners. It's a priority, a continued priority, that we build our commercial base and our commercial grand list. Only 4.5% of our land is zoned for commercial use and commercial development, so we need to be creative when we're looking to revitalize these commercial zones. A lot of initiatives are focused at making our town center more walkable, more accessible to residents of all ages and abilities. Our Complete Streets initiatives, our infrastructure projects that are protecting, again, areas that are in a floodplain, our Department of Community and Economic Development, our Planning Department, our Engineering Department. All of these departments are being forward-thinking and looking at ways that we can revitalize our commercial base. Sustain critical and extensive infrastructure. Our roads, our schools, our town buildings, our sewer system, our floodgates, our tide gates. All of these things require significant investment as well as project management. Our engineering team and our capital projects group are forward-thinking and making sure that these infrastructure projects remain on time and on or under budget. The capital projects group, which was previously under the operations department, is now operating under the Department of Public Works. Fairfield, we love our beaches and all of the wonderful recreational opportunities our town offers. This budget will enhance recreational offerings for all ages and abilities. We'll be moving forward with the Adaptive Rec Center. Community Services Department is identifying new programs for our seniors that are being offered at the Senior Center. And these will be both wellness and recreational programs. Strengthen management systems, internal controls, and policies. We're going to continue the work of the prior two administrations. Ms. Kupchak started a lot of this with just looking for ways to find efficiencies with permitting. We're continuing on. Mr. Gerber looked at the transition to Paycom for our human resources information system. We are looking at Bonfire now to make our purchasing department operate more effectively and continue to run internal audits. We are currently in the process of looking for a new internal auditor. Ms. Saxel retired last week. We thank her for her service and we're going to miss her. So that remains a priority, and we continue to look for efficiencies and a better way of doing business here in Town Hall, because ultimately that should save our taxpayers money. Reduce and mitigate risks to support financial stability and operational efficiencies and effectiveness. We hired a new risk manager. The risk management function is now going to be housed in the finance department. It was previously the assistant director of human resources, was also serving as the risk manager. Given the size of our town, we felt this needed to be a full-time position that rests in the finance department. And we will continue to support the UI and Aquarian legal litigation. All of these priorities are designed to keep Fairfield a desirable place to live, work, play, and retire. Fairfield, just at a glance. Population, this was, we got this from a community survey. It's in the budget book, 62,508. Recent information from the state of Connecticut actually has us higher than that at 65,300. Median household income, about $170,000. The number of households, about 21,500. We have about 500 town employees, 1,500 Board of Education employees. As of February 2nd, the enrollment at the Fairfield Public Schools was around 9,000 students. We take care of 11 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, 3 high schools, 275 miles of roads, 125 miles of sidewalks, and 300,000 square feet of public building space. Our water pollution control facility manages our wastewater and comprises of 9 pump stations with 205 miles of sewers. Our improvements to our sewer infrastructure are large budget drivers for our capital plan. The fiscal year 2027 expense budget advances the administration's priorities, funds contractual obligations, and continues to support our strong public schools. For fiscal year 2027, the Board of Education budget that we are allocating for education is $243,944, not $944,528. That's seeing a growth of $10,904,141 for a growth of 4.6%. The allocation to education comprises about 60% of the town's budget. The town and the Board of Education share certain expenses. These are debt service, workers' compensation, risk management, and contributions to fund balance. That is growing by about $2,000 in fiscal year 27, $2 million in fiscal year 27 for an increase of 9.62%, and it represents about 6% of the total budget. The town budget for fiscal year 27 is $134,414,523, seeing a growth of about $6 million. This is an increase of 4.67 over the prior year and represents 33% of the town's total budget. Non-tax revenue helps offset expenses to lessen the tax burden on our residents. We are working with our full-time grants manager to continue to identify new revenue sources. And this will help offset both capital project expenses, which we carry that expense in the town budget through debt service, as well as operating expenses. And this chart just gives you a breakdown of those non-tax revenues, the service charges, investment income, licenses and permits, fines, other tax revenue, prior year tax and interest, lien and fees, for a total increase of 8.82% growth in non-tax revenue. The total gross tax levy that is required for fiscal year 27, we've seen an increase of about $15 million. We will need $901,041 total budget for fiscal year 27, and that represents a gross tax levy increase of 4.28%. This just gives you a breakdown by organization code to see where the increases are by department and by source code. As you'll see, the Board of Education comprises 60% of our town budget. It is one of our largest budget drivers. We also have significant investments in retiree benefits and salaries for our employees. Police, fire, and our Department of Public Works remained as top budget drivers. As we said, public safety is our top priority. One of Fairfield's most valuable assets is the staff that protect, and serve our community. Increases in salaries, health insurance, and retirement benefits drove the largest portion of the town's $6 million increase. Personnel fees, including reserve for unsettled contracts. We currently have 4 bargaining units that we're still in negotiations with. So we're going to hold the funding for those contract negotiations in contingency. We're also suggesting adding 1 full-time employee, a geographic information system analyst. This position will support decision-making on infrastructure projects from multiple town departments, and our department head for DPW will be giving more detail on that. The increase for personnel is 3.8%. Our retiree benefits, OPEB, and pension, we're seeing that line item increase by 15.78%. These costs are based on contracts and determined by our actuarial consultants. So there's really not a lot of wiggle room there. They give us the number and we work it into the town budget. Health insurance, this is contractual increases, coverage for our active employees. We're seeing growth in that line item by 12.75%. Healthcare costs are growing across the nation, something that we're all struggling with, and they remain our biggest budget drivers. Salary and benefits comprise 84% of the year-over-year increase in the town's budget. And as I said at the beginning, are the people that work for our town and serve our residents each and every day. They are our most valuable assets. So it is understandable that our salaries and benefits comprise such a large part of the budget. We've been talking a lot about revaluation. We're in the process now. Residents have filed for appeals, and the grand list was finalized at the end of January. We've seen an increase over fiscal year 27 of a 63.74% increase in the residential values that comprise the grand list. 19.33% increase in our commercial values. The total real estate value has increased by 57.50%. We've seen an increase in our vehicles and personal property tax assessment by 6.63%. The total value increase of the grand list is 52.64%. We were in 2026, the value was about 12 billion. We are now about 18.5 billion. And as stated earlier, this will equate with a tax levy of 4.28% in order to fund the fiscal year 27 budget. As the value of the grand list goes up, the mill rate goes down. So we are seeing a change in the mill rate from 0.028 to 0.019 and a decrease of 31.7% reduction in the mill rate. The graph at the bottom will just show you the percentages of the percent of the grand list. You'll see that in fiscal year 27, residential properties were about 78% of the grand list. Commercial properties were about 13% of the grand list. Vehicles and personal property were about 10% of the grand list. In 2027, after the revaluation, we saw residential properties increase to 83% of the grand list. Commercial properties went down to about 10% of the grand list, and vehicles and personal property decreased to about 7% of the grand list. This next slide just gives you the same information, but with the dollar amounts. Residential was about 270 billion, the value in 2026. It has increased to about 300 billion in 2027. Commercial was about 44 billion commercial property in 2026. For fiscal year 27, it has decreased to 36 billion. Vehicles and personal property were coming in at 33 billion in 2026, and after the revaluation has reduced by 24 billion. So that is the shift that we've been talking about the last few months in the grand list, with the shift moving from commercial properties to residential properties. In recap, just the budget totals, you will see that personnel costs, as we stated, accounts for 84% of the total budget increase. The other budget drivers, OPEB, health insurance, and other. 16.1% is other. That pretty much comprises of everything else that we need to do in town. Our utilities, our property services, our insurance, our heating fuel, our repairs and maintenance, our investments in information technology. You'll notice that there is a negative number in the pie chart. It's due to that negative 0.15% is due to reductions in capital, paving, the FCRD, and fees and professional services. The Board of Education has its separate budget, which we'll be reviewing. The town budget is before us today. I think it's important that residents need to understand that in addition to the budget that the Board of Education puts forward, there are also services that the Board of Education shares with the town, and that cost is carried in the town budget. Debt service, the cost for principal and interest that we carry to fund our capital projects is carried in the town budget and supports the Board of Education projects, town projects, and the WPCA. Risk mitigation, the town covers the risk for the Board of Education. They also have a risk management person, but our insurance policies, the Board of Education is covered under town policies. The increase to these line items are just driven by the current insurance market. Cost for all insurance has been going up: liability, property insurance, cyber, and environmental. And workers' compensation is also carried in the town budget, and this is the cost incurred when an employee is injured on the job. Medical and indemnity expenses and claims management also fall in this bucket. Closing, I would just like to thank everybody. Budget preparation takes collaboration. I want to thank you to the department heads and the town employees for their hard work throughout the year and for sharing their priorities throughout the year, and as well as for the year ahead. A lot of tough decisions were made in building this budget. We were cognizant of the impact to our residents. So department heads, not everybody got what they wanted, and I will let them tell their stories to you as they come before us to present. I want to thank Superintendent Michael Testani and the Fairfield Public Schools Finance Team, as well as the Board of Education, for their preparation in the fiscal year 2027 Board of Education budget. They've been partners in this work, so we thank them for their work and look forward to a continued partnership. I want to thank the staff of the Finance Department, Tom Harris, our CFO, Benjamin Bovero, our Director of Financial Planning and Analysis, and Anthony D. Felice, Controller, for their leadership, diligence, and assistance in preparation of the fiscal year 27 budget. We look forward to continuing the budget discussions with the Board of Selectpersons, Board of Finance, and RTM, and hope the public will share their feedback throughout the budget process. And thank you for your time and look forward to our discussion. All right, we are starting with the Norma Frame Breast Center. Jim Jennings and Jacqueline Curran are joining us via Zoom. The town, in addition to funding our town operations, we also fund a number of outside agencies who provide essential services to our residents, and it's more cost-effective for the town to financially support these agencies as opposed to working that expense into the town budget and offering these services ourselves. Norma Frame made a request to be added this year, so this is a new outside agency which will be presenting to us today. The other outside agencies, we've heard them before, and in the essence of time, we will not have them coming before us to present. If at any point you feel like it's needed, that we need to have a presentation, we can always reach out to them. So with that, Jen and Jacqueline, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning for Selectperson Vitale and Selectperson Kupchik and Bowler. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Sorry. We really appreciate you considering the Norma Frame Breast Center in your budget this year. The Breast Center has been serving the Fairfield community and the greater Bridgeport area for over 25 years. We have a location that we've maintained on 111 Beach Road. where many Fairfield residents come to get their breast cancer treatment. We have an Angel Fund program that helps women who are going through treatment to receive integrative medicine and support services to help them get through their treatment. These services are mostly free to all patients. The ones that aren't free tap into our Angel Fund to help pay for them if needed. Most Fairfield residents do have health insurance, which is a great thing, but there are some that don't, and there are some that might not be working during their treatment, so they do ask for assistance to get things like acupuncture or nutritional counseling, massage, etc., while going through treatment. Every year for the past 11 years, we've had the Pink Pledge campaign in the town of Fairfield that turned all of Fairfield pink. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. And all of your departments have been very helpful and very supportive every year, which we are thrilled with, and we love that. Every year we turn a police car pink, and it goes out into our schools, giving an early experience to children on learning how to give back to their community. And it's really a highlight for them. We have been active member of the Chamber of Commerce for many, many years, and we get them involved with Pink Pledge as well. And we're asking for your support with the funds. The cost of everything has gone up. Federal and state support has either remained flat or gone down. Another thing that Pink Pledge does, we do a big kickoff event in Fairfield the last Friday of September every year to kick off Breast Cancer Awareness Month, doing a free concert for all of the residents of Fairfield and surrounding towns. We also, throughout that month, do bring a lot of commerce to the town of Fairfield. We generally try to use Fairfield vendors. We use Universal Printing, Minuteman, Electric, the Pantry, Hanson's Flowers, just to name a few of how we're generating some revenue in the town of Fairfield as well. And I open the floor to any questions you might have.
Just for the public, the contributions to other agencies is found on page 79 of the budget book. Open it up to the floor. Ms. Spellier, Ms. Kupchik, any questions?
Just to say that, thank you for both being here, and I think the board would agree that you do a lot of amazing work for our community, and it's very nice to have you added to the nonprofit contribution from the town. You do so much for our community. I think it's just a small percentage to say thank you, and I'm glad that you're being added.
Thank you.
Ms. Spellier?
I would just like to echo that. I'm really have had a lot of people working in physical therapy and personally that have used your services, and you're a great addition to this budget. So I'm happy to add you to this.
Thank you. I'm also a Fairfield resident, and unfortunately have also used the Normal Thing Breast Center services. So I know how much our organization is helpful in our town.
And I echo that support. I think that so many of us have been touched. What was the stat, Jennifer? You gave me 1 in 8 women could be diagnosed with breast cancer.
Yeah, and that stat sadly is going up. The age of onset is been decreased by 10 years. We're seeing younger people, and we're seeing more aggressive cancer, and that is across the board.
Yeah, I would just add that I would just add that in Fairfield, the incident rate is, I'm sure you all know, is high. And the breast center was founded by people who lived in Fairfield and really set a new standard for breast care. So it came, I think, from out of a need and really from the heart to change the way breast care was handled. So thank you.
Thank you for all you do for our community, and I know that Pink Pledge, our community leans into it, just town hall, the police department, the fire department, our schools. The event in town brings people together, so in addition to just the outstanding services that you provide to those who are battling cancer. You also are just creating a sense of community, so we thank you for that work as well.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank
And
you.
I'm so sorry. I meant to say at the very beginning, I apologize that my camera is off. I am working from home today and I do not have a camera on this computer.
All right. Okay, moving on to FairTV Commission. We have the chair, Suzanne.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, ladies. Is joining us via Zoom. And
Hi all, Suzanne.
hello.
How are you?
FairTV. And FairTV
Yes.
is on page 35 of the budget book, for those that are following along from home, potentially. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you. Happy to be here. So this is my first meeting as chair, so apologies if I'm not sure of all the formalities and what we do. But we have submitted a budget that's reflecting our just increased workload and operational needs, as Jennifer also said, with the increased costs of things. We are proposing a small increase for our manager fee, just again for the increased workload and for coordinating the freelancers. And we're also proposing an increase in the freelancer wages, just so that we can have retain competitive freelancers that, you know, it's a skill set to be able to film the meetings and broadcast them on YouTube. And so that would cover that. And then just increased in additional software. So these are just the contracts that are renewed every year. And those are just routinely, you know, increased in price. So we're budgeting for that.
Any questions?
No.
Fine. Your first meeting as chair and you have no questions, so that
Terrific.
I think that's just a testament to just an appreciation for what you do and understanding of the commission. Thank you for you're such a vital resource. So many right now are joining this meeting via FairTV. So thank you for all the work that you do for our community.
Thank you.
And we'll follow, if some questions arise in the next week, we'll definitely reach out to you and let you know. But thank
Okay,
you for
perfect.
joining us this morning.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're moving on to animal control. And we are joined by Paul Miller and Deputy Chief Aya.
You want from the podium?
Please come up to the podium. The animal control is on page 119.
Good morning, Paul Miller. Our budget represents a 2.62% increase overall. It's mostly driven by regular and part-time payrolls. Usually I tell about the status of the current year. We've had no large impounds, no large cruelty cases, so our budget is fairly normal for the current year. The only increases in the budget that we are asking for are for medical care and fees and professional services, 53200. Medical care isn't cheap, and there's no way to keep a positive line on what we're going to get in that's sick or injured. So it's kind of based on what we've used the year before and hoping that we'll use similar to what we used the year before. The other pay raise we're asking for is special department services, which is dog food, cat food, special items, including items unique to the shelter, catch poles, protective gloves, and we're asking for $4,000 more in that budget. And that is all that we're asking for.
Any questions?
No, just I think that your department does an amazing job. You go above and beyond, I think, that most animal control departments do, saving cats from under porches, and really going, and even the wildlife component, you really shine, and I think you make our community feel very supported in their compassion.
Thank you.
For animals, so thank you for everything you do.
I have one question and one comment. Do you get a lot of donations for supplies, and is there a way to encourage residents to donate more towards you guys to help?
The people of Fairfield have supported us with donations for years very nicely. We have on our Facebook site a list of items that are appreciated if they want to donate them. That is, the town comes through. We get dog food, dog treats, animal items, beyond belief. So, and this is a relief to the budget too, because the dog food is not cheap, it's getting more expensive. And we don't have a lot of animals now, but in a week, we could have 20 more animals. So we never know what we're going to use. And if the donations are not needed at the time by the shelter, we transfer them over to other shelters who do need them. So, but
Great.
yeah.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the fact that the last couple storms we've had this winter, that you guys have served 24 hours. You've had people in place there. So that's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for hampering down during a blizzard and being there to make sure that the shelter was just functioning properly and the animals were well taken care of.
My pleasure.
All right. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
We're moving on to the parking department. We have Sue Kroglian and Captain Hector Irizarry. This is on page 123 for the budget book.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Fairfield Police Chief Mike Paris and Deputy Chief Ed Wyatt, thank you for the opportunity to present the Parking Department budget and provide an overview of the transition that took effect on July 1st, 2025. At the start of fiscal year 26, responsibilities previously managed by the Parking Authority were consolidated under the Fairfield Police Department with the creation of the new Parking Department. This strategic transition was undertaken by our PD to streamline oversight, improve accountability, consolidate vendor services, and modernize parking systems, ensuring more efficient and cost-effective service delivery for our residents, visitors, and local businesses. By integrating parking operations with the PD, we have established a coordinated structure that strengthens enforcement consistency, enhances service delivery, and ensures responsible management of parking resources. This morning, Parking Department Manager Suzanne Karoglian will present the proposed budget and outline the resources required to support continued operations under this unified structure.
Thank you, Captain. Good morning. The Parking Department is requesting modest increases in fees and professional services, which reflect the cost of cleaning services, monitoring the new fire alarm system, and the anticipated onboarding of a new parking vendor. We are also requesting a small increase in rental and storage to cover the existing lot lease at Trinity Church. Our budget further reflects a 66% reduction in secretarial services, as the former parking authority previously handled minute taking for the Parking Commission. Additionally, there's a 100% reduction in policing fees, since the former parking authority had independently contracted the police department's special officers for ticket issuance at the railroad. Through close collaboration with the formation of the Parking Department, we have been able to refine and tighten the overall budget.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Kupchak.
So, moving the amount that the parking authority was charging for the specials to the police, but now the police basically have absorbed that cost in their budget. Is that correct?
That is a question I'd like to refer to finance or defer to finance on, but
I can answer that question. Yes, and we did plan for an increase in our budget line to pay our special officers this year in our budget.
So it's not really a reduction, it's just moved over to, the police are absorbing the cost. How much, this might be a question for Eddie or Hector, how much manpower, time, or now you, instead of the parking authority, which was independent on their own, with a commission of volunteers, how much time are you guys putting into managing this new department under your, under the police umbrella?
I can speak to that. I'm thankful to Suzanne Karogli, and she has definitely lightened the load. So she absorbed all of that work that was formerly under Eileen Flora. And we also divided services. So we're not responsible for collecting rents. I thought that was a bad look for a police department to do that. Managing property goes under DPW now. So we're strictly police and enforcement. And thankful to Suzanne, she kind of absorbed all of that. And whatever she needs, I give her.
You're handling administrative issues and.
Correct. Tickets that are issued, the collection of those fees and fines, the permits, issuing of permits, managing that behind the scenes. We're currently in the middle of an RFP process for a new parking vendor to enable the modernization of our parking here in town.
And you still have staff?
Yes.
Under you?
So 2 of the staff from the former parking authority moved over to the parking department, and they are wonderful.
And your town employees? now?
Yes,
And
they are.
And their fees come through the
Correct.
town budget?
Yes.
And they live inside the police department?
Yes. We have a new space in the police department, right in the lobby.
If I can just add to that, regarding space, this, the parking department came into the police department, and our space is for sure limited. So although Sue says new space, it's a borrowed space temporarily until we can actually facilitate a better area for parking in our police department. And ensuring that we have separate divisions and parking department from our records division. As of this point, the parking department and records window is sharing the same window, a little bit of a concern for us. So we are hoping to move that to a different area.
Do you have the space for that?
We are hoping to make space for it.
Part of the
Part of the,
renovation.
yep, part of the renovation from.
Ms. Follier? Any questions?
I'm all set. I'm actually, the one question I would have is, are we finding that the upkeep of the parking areas and everything, are we finding positive comments about them? I know I was on the RTM and we decided to do this, and that was our main concern, was really just having a system for our residents to that was concise, and they knew who to report their complaints to, and they were making sure that everything was taken care of. So is that, it sounds like it's being addressed, but have we had any feedback, and is there a way we're getting that feedback?
We get feedback all the time. Either they place emails or phone calls, and indeed we're able to reach out to DPW through our own phone calls or placing service requests. And yes, they do get tended to rather quickly. One thing we pride ourselves on at the parking department is that we're very good communicators, and vice versa. So people have learned to communicate with us, and we communicate with the necessary departments that need to take action for the lots. We've also had very positive feedback from the supervisor of the railroad. He has indicated through these snowstorms that our platforms were clear and they were properly tended to. He got reports directly from MNR. So that's something to be very proud of, because he was reaching out at all hours, as you can imagine, as these snowstorms were hitting through the weekend. So our office may be running Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. However, you can trust that we are working behind the scenes, all hours through the weekend as well, fielding phone calls for safety.
Great, thank you. And you're working with the state as well on the leasing of the parking areas. Have you looked at all in incorporating the third train station that is within Fairfield at all, and working with the state on maybe acquiring that into the parking department?
That's a good question. That is not one that I'm able to answer, as that falls to a different purview.
We're still in conversations with Department of Transportation. I think that the state has still working out their vision for the train stations, but that is not under the parking department. Our town attorney handles the lease with the state and those negotiations.
Perfect. We'll ask that then. Thank you.
I want to thank Suzanne. This was a big transition in the beginning. It kind of happened. We were all transitioning together. Started the fiscal year as acting for a select person and just trying to figure out how to make all the pieces work. I thank you for just learning, some new things, and for your leadership and the police department's leadership on this. I think that we are serving the public, having parking consolidated in one location and the functionality of it, that residents just know that they go to you, that you're going to take care of them, you're on top of any maintenance that needs to be done, and I thank you for just the bumps in the road in the beginning as something, we tried something new, and for how you've just kept this department moving forward. So
Thank you.
Thank you for you and to Captain Rosari as well.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we are moving on to police. This is on page 115. And we are joined by Chief Mike Paris.
Good morning. Thank you to the Board of Selectmen for the opportunity to present our proposed budget before you today. We recognize the responsibility that comes with this process, and we've worked diligently to balance the operational needs of our department with a full understanding of fiscal responsibilities to the taxpayers that we serve. Since being appointed chief in July, I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand the professionalism, dedication, and commitment that the men and women of the Fairfield Police Department bring to this community every single day. I'm incredibly grateful for their service, their resilience during challenging moments, and the pride they take in protecting the residents of this town. The past few months have not been without difficulty, particularly with the recent serious incidents such as the home invasion that required a coordinated and technologically driven response. Our officers rose to that occasion. I could not be more proud of how they performed. I also want to recognize the outstanding leadership team that supports this department. Our command staff carries an enormous level of responsibility, often behind the scenes, ensuring that operations run smoothly, policies are followed, and our officers have the support they need to succeed. The demands placed upon them continue to grow as policing becomes more complex, yet they consistently meet those expectations with professionalism, integrity, and commitment to this community that does not go unnoticed. I'm extremely proud of the work that they do, the sacrifices they make to the service, the residents of this town. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to Deputy Chief Eddie Waya for his exceptional work in developing and managing this proposed budget. His leadership, attention to detail, and long-standing commitment to fiscal responsibility have positioned this department to continue to move forward in a thoughtful and sustainable way. The proposal before you reflects not only operational needs, but strategic vision for the future of policing in Fairfield. We are already seeing the impact of investments in technology. The Axon ecosystem, including tools such as Axon Translate, has enhanced our investigative capabilities, while our Drone as First Responder program has taken off in a way that improves both public safety and officer safety. These initiatives are helping place Fairfield on the map as a leader in modern, forward-thinking law enforcement, and they are directly support our officers in doing their jobs more effectively and safely. I want to thank the Board of Selectmen for your continued partnerships and support. Together, we are building the department that is prepared not only for today's challenges, but for the future. I'm excited about where we are headed and honored to lead such an outstanding group of professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm just going to start with a summary, some highlights of our proposal for FY27.
Before you start, could I just make a comment?
Sure.
I just want to commend you all for the work you did on that horrific situation. Obviously, this was something that scares the hell out of everybody in this town. And to see the action and the way that the department handled this, the complexity of it, the seriousness of it, and being very close to my neighborhood. And no one was hurt, not a bystander, not anyone. No one was hurt. And the fact that that happened, I think, speaks to the professionalism and the technology and the training of the department. And I, for one, am just extremely grateful for you because it could have really went a whole different way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate that. We were very appreciative to First Selectperson Vitale for being there, having that front row seat and being able to see how all of that technology integrates and in using that technology to see the coordination of the officers in real time and all of the different elements that go into successful resolution of these events. We were very happy that you were there for us and to witness it.
Well, it was really an honor to be there. That just incredible. I mean, I had the utmost respect for the department and for your leadership, but seeing you guys really in action with just such a ever-changing, potentially dangerous situation, and you handled it just calmly, professionally, looking at it from so many different angles, thinking about all of the different constituents of our community to make sure that they were taken care of. Just very, very grateful. And as Ms. Kupchak said, thankfully no one was hurt. And in part, that was, I think, due to the technology that was available to you. But we don't want to steal your thunder. But I think that just for all three of us, Marcy, and I'll let you speak, that we're just very, very, very grateful. And really, it just speaks to being the best department in the state.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll wait till the end.
So you'll notice some significant increases this year, primarily within information technology, and several lines that will allow us to sustainably fund our K-9 program through the regular operating budget as opposed to how it has been in the past, where we were relying solely on donations. Our FY27 proposal reflects our continued commitment to remain progressive, anticipate future needs, and align with 21st century policing standards. These investments are essential to ensure that we continue providing effective, efficient, and sustainable service to every part of our community. Two main drivers of this year's increases are a new contract with Axon, which will increase our IT line by $634,000 annually, and the incorporation of our K-9 program into the regular operating budget at about $38,000 per year, instead of relying on donations. The Axon contract will allow us to upgrade all existing systems and introduce new industry-standard technologies such as language translation tools, drone capabilities, and surveillance integration. These systems will not only enhance police operations, but also create opportunities for collaboration with other departments like Fire and Public Works. Regarding our K-9 program, this funding will cover normal operating costs such as training, equipment, and veterinary care, ensuring the program's long-term sustainability. Larger one-time purchases like new K-9s will continue to be supported through the Fairfield Police Foundation as donations. In recognition of fiscal constraints, we are deferring our fleet replacement requests, and we are postponing phase 2 of our staffing plan until at least FY28. We submit this proposal with transparency and fiscal responsibility as a strategic investment in readiness, community trust, and the future needs of Fairfield. We thank you for your time and continued support. And before I open up to questions, there's just a couple of discrepancies I wanted to clarify. In our budget message, it says that we are requesting an increase of 8.67%. That was an old number that was based on if we were awarded everything that we asked for. After subsequent fiscal feasibility analysis and discussions, that number is now 4.21%. And then further down in the revenue where it says the increase is 5%, that was prior to increasing our anticipated ATESD revenue. So that number should be 22%. And then somehow I was cursed with Munis. I went back in over the weekend and I noticed that all of the data that I put in for FY27 reverted back to FY26. I was on the phone with IT to see if we could figure out if there was saved version of what I had put in and we could not locate it. So you'll see primarily in the information technology line and fees and professional services where we zero base to come up with that number. The notes don't match what the total number is. So I do have copies of my backups if you need them, if you want to see every single vendor. But two of the numbers that are incorrect in the budget are fees and professional services is short about $1,500. And that would account for policeapp.com, which is our recruitment platform that we use. So I would like to request a correction to increase that by $1,500. And then in our tactical equipment and supplies, that number should read $85,000 instead of $82,000. That $3,000 is for canine safety equipment as part of that $38,000 overall for sustaining the canine program. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Is that all that's just for $4,500?
$4,500, correct.
You lost all your data?
Lost all the data, but I did save some backups, so if you need to see the zero-based, I have it here.
For you.
So just to confirm, that's line item 56,160 is now 8,500 versus 8,200?
We would appreciate that correction, yes.
And then line item 5,300 is, it's hard to read across.
53200.
And what do you want to switch that to?
Increase it by 1,500.
And so that would be
161,895.
161,895. Great, thank you.
So, do you mind?
No, not at all.
What was the total cars that you wanted to ask for?
So when we first started building the budget, obviously, and in your experience, you've had these discussions with us, we kind of come in with a pie in the sky. If funding wasn't an issue, this is everything that we need. And since we increased our personnel by 5 people last year, we were hoping to increase our fleet by 5 vehicles this year. In addition to that, we had 4 extremely dilapidated Harley-Davidson motorcycles that we use all the time, but at this point, it's kind of embarrassing. They're really held together with duct tape. And they're high-profile vehicles. We use them for funeral escorts and parades and special events, so we really want them to look sharp, and they just don't. So last year, we forfeited a vehicle in order to replace 2 of the motorcycles, and we were hoping that we could get into the budget this year in capital outlay as a one-time expense to replace the other 2. But we, after all of the discussions and compromises in the budget, we're not increasing anything in our vehicle fleet.
So how many, 10? But that's essentially paid for by your outside job fund. So I mean, you generate the income that funds those cars. Was there enough money in the outside jobs fund for the 15 cars?
That I do not know.
Yeah,
Why don't you come to the table? You can come to the table, Tom.
Sorry.
Here, come here, Brent, let me put on this chair.
there are funds in the jobs fund that would fund most, if not all of that. It would require Board of Finance approval. The Board of Finance has approved the purchase of up to 10 vehicles per year. But all of the purchases must be approved by the Board of Finance. So there are funds in the jobs fund that would cover at least some of the cost of those vehicles.
So they could potentially request that.
They could request a
Because if you have
transfer.
5 new officers, I mean, do they have cars?
They have cars, but we find that we have to resort to cars that were moved from the front lines and kind of reserved for road jobs, because they don't have to be, for a road job, those cars don't have to be upfitted the same way. They don't have to be quite as reliable because they really just park at an intersection for 8 hours. So when we start running low on vehicles for patrol officers, we do have to dip into that pool of cars, which is not ideal.
The purpose of the job fund, as I understand it, was to buy replacement vehicles, not to buy incremental.
Right, and then under my administration, it had grown exponentially, so it was a significant amount of money. And it was a little controversial because people were worried about using it, but it was there. And it wasn't costing anybody anything. And the cops were generating the money, so it made a lot of sense just to be able to keep the fleets up and not tax our citizens for the amount that it costs, so. Anyway, I think it's worth asking the Board of Finance for, because, I mean, obviously, we don't want our
So-
cops driving around in substandard vehicles doing law enforcement work.
We would love to be able to do that, but as far as process, would we request an amendment to this budget at this stage? Or would we leave it as is and then propose this to the Board of Finance?
I don't know. Because usually we would have done that during our meetings
Well,
prior to the budget.
We are using funding from the outside.
Yeah, we're buying
outside
10 vehicles. 10 vehicles are being purchased from there.
Right, this year.
Right,
So
but
it's
how
just the
much is,
additional.
how much is in there?
It's more than $1 million. I don't know exactly how much, but it's more than $1 million.
Well, maybe we can get that answer before
Yeah,
the
and
end of our
before
Yeah, we
budget
can get that
hearings.
quickly. Yeah, we can get
Yeah,
that.
because I mean, maybe we can make an amendment to send that to the Board of Finance. It just makes me very concerned, especially in light of what just happened in town. And what could potentially happen in the future, that our law enforcement don't have the appropriate vehicle. It's just, it's a public safety issue, you know, it's scary to me.
Yeah, if I could add one thing to say, please. The vehicle fund has maintained this neutrality for a while.
Yes.
And what we'd like to do as a department is vehicles that are no longer of use for police service, we'd like to pass them down to other departments within the town. Since we've had this program with 10 vehicles, we have been limited to be able to give a car that's actually worthwhile to other departments. So a department we would give to engineering or Department of Public Works is a substandard vehicle. So by increasing the amount of vehicles that we are purchasing that are bringing us to a newer fleet, allows us to bring vehicles that we would essentially give to those officers who were in need of a vehicle, a better vehicle. But with the 10 vehicles, we give them the substandard, subpar vehicle, which is something that is a concern for us.
It should be concerned to all of us. And it saves the town money if the DPW or engineering are getting a car that's halfway decent. Saves us on cost on that end too.
Sure.
I think it's worth, if we could,
You know, we can find that.
Christine, maybe have Tom come back
Yeah, to see
tomorrow.
whether or not we do it.
Give us some data.
Yeah,
What
we'll
we have
get that.
after the 10, what do we have left in the account?
And also, what do we have left in the account? And just, I guess, would ask what forecasting out in terms of what potentially would be added in the year ahead. Just don't want it, I don't want us to cut you short
Sure. Yep. And we appreciate that
and
too.
overspend, but we can definitely,
And they use that too for repairs and stuff, like, is that what you use it for as well?
The account?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the maintenance and repair of equipment fund.
Maybe some analysis on about like approximately how much you use in that account every year for that, so we leave a cushion. But it's always generating, right? You're always getting.
Correct.
It's always generating, and when you have new vehicles, comes new warranties. So,
Which is good.
which is essentially saving us the maintenance and repair of things. It allows us to have that cushion built in because we're getting a vehicle that is coming with warranty.
Right, it's like when you get a leased car, you don't have to really pay for any major
Correct.
work on it the first 3 years.
Correct.
Ms. Byer?
How long does it take us to acquire the police cars? Is there any lag from time of like wanting to purchase them? I know like, I think for other cars of yours, specialty cars and then the fire department, it's not like a easy, quick thing. Is it easier with these cars or?
Sure. So what we like to do is forecast how many vehicles we're getting, of course, through the budget process. And we like to purchase those vehicles or at least order them ahead of time. So we have vendors that we do through the purchasing process to acquire our vehicles. A lot of the times they're very generous and will allow us to pre-order the vehicle so that we have them ready in time for the budget to go into effect in July. So 2 or 3 months is typically a time frame where we can order a vehicle and have it in stock. Then it has to be upfitted. We've switched to a vendor who has the ability to upfit our vehicles as a group rather than on a one-on-one basis. So we're seeing our vehicles most recently upfitted quicker and then purchased quicker because we're forward-thinking as to how many vehicles we have in the budget in July and able to pre-order them through the dealership. Again, they don't have to do that, but they're giving us the opportunity to do that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I had a question about staffing. Are you finding, I know in prior, when I was on the RTM, you know, you only got so many spots at the police academy per se, and are you finding that the amount of staff that you're budgeted for, that you're actually fulfilling that, that you're able to keep I know you said you're doing advertisement for employees. So are you finding that you're keeping up on the staffing that you do have budgeted for?
Well, we always have a situation of resignations that are unanticipated, so we were doing well for a while. For the first time in a long time, we see our overtime replacement line stabilizing and actually starting to go down, and that's the result of increasing our staffing. However, we are 6 officers short right now from retirements and unexpected resignations, and that's just a risk that we face every year. So within the budget, we do always try to plan for bringing in new officers as far as equipment and uniforms, because we know that's going to be an expense, police academy fees and those initial trainings. Today, actually, we are starting to interview our new recruits. We have about 15 that are going to go through the interview process. We're hoping to get 3 into May's Academy and maybe 3 more a couple of months from now, June or July.
Thank you. And only because I didn't have a chance earlier to say it, I just wanted to wait till the end that I'm very proud to live in this town. I think our police department is really great, and I really appreciate you, and I feel great and safe living in this town. A lot due to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
I know that you've mentioned in the past that recruitment is becoming a real issue and that you're getting less and less people applying. How do you feel about your 15? Was that a good number? Was that a bad number?
I mean, we see that number, when we see the applicant pool shrink so much, obviously we're going to see the viable candidates shrink as well. But we've been doing a really good job in our background investigations and really selecting the best candidates. So when it comes down to those final 3 to 5, or in this case, this year 6, the quality, the level is always the same, but the pools definitely do get smaller.
Which is difficult, right?
Can you just talk more about bringing the K-9 unit in the department? It had been funded through the generosity of our community, through donations. This is just as a change, an add. And I want to just commend the department and all the departments. This was a tough budget year, so looking to make reductions. They were difficult and in many instances needed equipment, but really just trying to keep an eye on costs and seeing what we could potentially postpone. Absolutely, I think we should look at the outside job fund. This was an ad, so it's new, so just I support it and just want to give you an opportunity to tell a little bit more about the unit and how the work that it does and how valuable it is to the department, and why we really should just be funding it straight out and not necessarily rely on donations.
Absolutely. So it started a few years back. I think the agreement was we could have a K-9 department if we were able to fund it off donations. And I think it was a different time. I think the public perception of K-9 was, you have this scary attack dog that you're going to send after criminals. Our K-9 program is so robust, and you've all likely seen all of the community engagement with our K-9s where, yeah, they're extremely valuable in situations where we are looking for a perpetrator or if we're trying to find a gun. But even more importantly, when we're trying to find missing persons, which our new K-9 Penny is a specialist in, and just all of the requests from schools or boys and girls programs where they want a K-9 demonstration, and we bring the dogs in and we do little demonstrations and they get to pet the dog. So the program has grown so much from 1 dog to now 3, are we up to? 3 dogs. And it really has proven so valuable in so many aspects of policing, everything from criminal investigations to community engagement. So it really is an important staple of our agency, and it really is time to make sure it's permanently sustained. Now, that said, the cost of a dog could be astronomical. So we want to maintain the foundation for those big one-time costs. But the other costs that add up are the training of the handler and the dog, the food, veterinary care, boarding, grooming, and the safety equipment for the dog. So we want to make sure that we can cover all of those expenses. And I sat with the canine director for a while, and we came up with a number. 38,000 is that number for annual sustainability of the program.
Thank you. And don't want to comment too much about the investigation at Candlewood, but because it is still active, but knowing that we had the canine resources as well, proud of our department and just that we have that as a resource. So if you're listening, continue to donate, but also that we're going to be working this into the budget, hopefully.
And Penny has become quite the rock star.
Indeed,
She has a very large following.
Indeed, she has.
And everybody loves her.
Probably can make some money off of her.
Little ads on her
A
Instagram
little
page.
I mean, we probably could make.
She really is. Everybody's loving on her.
Yeah, if we could real quickly talk about Penny. Penny is different than our canines. She is, as Eddie mentioned, specializing in tracking. And that's what the difference in this type of canine program is, Penny will track people, whether they're missing or they're suspects. But what comes with that is a lot of potential of injury of Penny and all those other dogs. So right now we have a veterinary care that is very generous to us. But they're not going to be there forever, and I think that's one of the biggest concerns is if they're not there to support us, how do we sustain injury and upkeep of our canine unit? And that's through funding through the budget process.
Yeah, veterinary costs.
Yeah,
Very expensive.
for sure.
They really are. Much more than they even were just a few years ago.
No doubt.
Any other questions? And I apologize to the public. I was supposed to be taking public comment after each department presented. So at this time, going to be taking public comment. We'll take it first on the police department, and then after that, if anybody is still on and wants to speak, give public comment on Norma Freem, Animal Control, Parking Department, or FairTV, I also invite you to give comment. Any public comment on the police department budget? Come on up.
Thank you.
Just come up and you have to come up and state your name and address for the record.
Very formal, thank you.
This is where you need it for the minutes.
Hello, my name's Doug Niffen. I'm RTM District 1. And first of all, you guys are great. Thank you. I went on the tour with the police department the other night. Wonderful what you guys are doing. And I love the fact that you're looking forward in automation, the Axon system, for example. Anyway, my one question is pretty simple. On one of these pages, there's an automated enforcement line that looks like it's gone up by 350,000. I'm just curious what that represents.
Sure, I
And
can explain.
Thanks again, it's terrific.
So in the
We
revenue,
don't usually do Q&A for public comment, but that's a good question, and one of us would have asked it. So just for the public out there, just want to set
Okay, thank you.
set the stage.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. So for the automated enforcement, those are the speed cameras that are projected to go live in either April or May. Last year, we anticipated 1.1 million in revenue, and that was based on the projection that the program would go live in October and be generating revenue from October through June of last year, so that would have been 9 months. So we just took that 1.1 million, looking at it as a 9-month projection, and said, well, if that was the number for 9 months, what is the number for 12 months? So for next year, it's really just that 1.1 million expanded over an additional 3 months, and that's where that calculation comes up with 1.45.
How did that work? Because I know during last budget cycle, there was a considerable discussion at the Board of Finance level regarding in putting this funding before it was even generated.
There was concern that we just didn't have how to budget for it. I mean, the Board of Finance actually, I think, ultimately set the number that we're now.
They increased it.
They increased it, so we basically used the number that the Board of Finance voted on
But we
last
didn't
year.
count on that, did we? We didn't input, did we?
No, it is in the current fiscal year's budget. It's obviously not going to be in doing our projections.
Right.
Being that there was a delay in just getting the permit approved, and now we're just at the mercy of weather in terms of installation.
But we're not behind in any way, Tom, are we? I mean, even though we counted on money, we didn't generate yet.
We haven't generated, we had 1.1 million in the budget. We've assumed when we did the last quarterly review, I think we assumed we're gonna have 300,000 or 400,000 for the year. We assumed that the revenue would come in, I think, in March or April. So there is money in the budget, and we assume that we will have revenue this year.
All right.
We're hoping that May and June brings up that revenue. By April, it's live, and by May and June, we're able to have the revenue stream start to come in.
I think there should definitely be a push to, alert the public about when it's happening and stuff.
Yeah,
Because,
we will.
we're getting, I have guys who work for my husband who are getting like 3 tickets a day on the state roads. And one of them got going 1 mile an hour over the speed limit. 1 mile. So, this, obviously a generator, but at the same time, working, especially these working guys who are all over the roads, electricians, plumbers, whatever they are. I mean, that could really cut into their, it just, I know we're trying to protect the public and be safe, but we also don't want to hurt our residents at the same time either, financially.
And there will be a 30-day, warning period and no fine for 30 days to help the public just get used to that these are the zones and that you need to slow down. They are in school zones, so they're not across town. They're definitely targeted, and the goal is to just keep our children who are walking and driving to school safe. Ideally, I would hope in a year from now, when we're looking at this budget, that we're just not budgeting any revenue, because that means people are just slowing down and behavior is changing. But we'll see. But this is definitely, we're really not going to know until it just goes live to see what the revenue will be. Looking at other municipalities that have them, I mean, they're making their budget numbers. I actually was driving to the airport a couple weeks ago and went into these zones, and it definitely is a change of just like, oh, okay, this is really, you do need to slow down, and it definitely is a change in behavior. But again, safety of our children is what was really driving this. So thank you for that question, for the conversation. And I just want to bring, just in terms of the Axon technology, just for the public, this was originally, when it was previously funded through ARPA. So we were not seeing an impact to the operating budget. It came before the Board of Selectpersons at first as an item to be bonded, given the amount. Board of Finance and discussion really wasn't sure, that being that it is technology, don't typically bond technology, it's not really sure it's going to last the life of the bond. At that point, it came back, and we agreed that we were going to be funding it through the operating budget, and this will be a recurring cost. So just, it is a large ticket item to the police budget, but necessary, and, protects our community, protects our officers, and keeps us, cutting edge in terms of police work.
I agree. I disagree with the decision by the Board of Finance to not use it in the capital fund, because I just feel like it's a burden on the police budget, which is already stretched very thin, and they need this technology to protect the community. So I think it was a little short-sighted to do it that way, because I think the bond could have been just lessened a little bit, the time on it. But that's, my personal opinion. I just think it's a kind of a hit for them, which is unfair, because they could have used the additional money for staff or salaries. And while we're speaking about that, I was hoping that before the budget process is over for us on the Board of Selectmen, I noticed while going through the budget book this weekend, there's a lot of disparities in the salaries for our department heads. And I would request that we have an executive session at some point, tomorrow, Wednesday, to discuss it, and maybe HR can attend that, because I think we should have a discussion about it.
As I said in the presentation, right now, we are in the process of collective bargaining with 4 bargaining units, so any increases to those line items, as well as department heads, is kept in contingency right now, so there's not the detail. So we can, being that it's a personnel matter, schedule an executive session to give more clarity just to the board, so you have an understanding behind that contingency number.
That would be helpful.
Yep.
What 4 units are currently open?
Police, fire, DPW, and, yeah.
No.
It was settled. I believe it's there.
It's there?
Yes.
Are any of them, did any of these bargaining units file arbitration, for arbitration?
We are, kind of close to not needing to do that right now. There's been talk about potentially going to arbitration, but we are not there yet.
Okay.
All right, any last questions? All right, moving on to Fairfield.
Steve, you have some information.
The current balance in the jobs fund is $1.6 million, round numbers. $1,599,953.
That's what's in there now?
Correct.
And what would it be for the 10 cars? How much 10 cars cost?
708.
708.
Yeah, 700,000.
12 is 963.
Tom, what is that like generally generating a month, say? Or do you aggregate it by month, by,
No, I look at it probably quarterly in terms of the jobs.
Quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly.
so what do you think you're,
I think it was 1.3 at the end in June, so it's increased to roughly 200,000 since
In-
June.
okay.
The current fiscal year.
August, September, October, November. So there's a, what is it?
In general, I believe generally the guideline has been that they can purchase vehicles as long as the balance in the fund is $1 million. So they're trying, I believe, trying to maintain it. The
Not to go below a million.
correct.
So if the fiscal year ends in July and it's generating about what, 400, you'd say?
I don't know, you guys.
June, July, August, September,
revenues.
October, November, December, January, 6, 7 months,
Yeah.
generating like 400K?
Yeah, about 400K.
And what does a car cost, each car, fully outfitted?
90,000.
So on average, between 80 and 90,000. Our table was, the 10 cars like we did last year was about 708,000. That's what's in the budget now. If we were to do 12 cars, it would have been 963,000. And if we were to do 15 cars, it would be 1,195,500.
1 million what?
1,195,500.
And that's for 15?
That's for 15.
Do you think you can crunch some numbers for the board? Like, and we can kind of get an estimate what you think that fund would have in it by the end of the fiscal year? Maybe we can make a decision?
Sure.
Or have a discussion?
Yeah,
sure.
the fund fluctuates too because of the amount of road work that is being conducted. It's obviously minimal right now.
Right.
In the summertime and springtime, it does pick up when
Yeah.
work starts to
That's a fair
elevate,
point.
so we do see the fund fluctuating.
Right, that does make sense.
Yeah.
Well, we can work with the chief and his team.
Yeah, we could see historical data as to what we've
Well, if you
done.
could just give us something to have a discussion about before
Okay.
Monday's budget vote,
Yeah,
maybe we could,
Okay.
you know,
I think a look back and just if we can get any
we can-
information, what kind of major road projects in terms of utility work that might be happening in the year ahead, that'll give us at least
Cameras.
a little bit of a,
That'll cost some generating work.
well,
There's always a lot of work in the summer.
help kind of just forecast what we foresee revenue being. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to Fairfield County Regional Dispatch. We have Director Joe Gaudette, and that's on page 211. 211.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you. Hi, good morning. Joe Gaudette, Director of Fairfield County Regional Dispatch.
What page are you on, Joe?
211. I don't expect I'm going to be here too long right now. The revenue increases on, they reflect adding Easton. It's about 240 grand from Easton and $140,000 more in the state subsidy. That budget does not reflect a training reimbursement of $15,000 from the state of Connecticut and a capital reimbursement of $88,000 from the state of Connecticut. So that's going to have to be adjusted. And then upon a review of the expense budget, actually I looked at it for the first time yesterday. I was away in Florida last week. I noticed that we've had decreased operating expenses of about $386,000 without explanation. After several phone calls yesterday and this morning, I was advised to request the reinstatement of that money to make us whole. However, this making whole is actually just last year's budget. So it's not going to reflect the new operational reality as a result of gaining Easton, as we expect an increase in replacement overtime. Also, we've noted in current year-to-date expenses, line items like shift differential have already exceeded 100% of the current budgeted amount. Accordingly, I am requesting that the board table this budget request until such time as a budget analyst and I have an opportunity to review the previous budget expenses and the future reality of operating in an environment that includes Easton. This will also give us an opportunity to correct the personnel summary, which is on the next page, which inadvertently removed 3 of the TC2 positions previously approved but not yet filled.
What happened? I mean, did you meet with the finance department?
We did, yeah.
Was there a glitch in the munis or what happened?
I think there was a issue in terms of compiling information after it was submitted. So I think this came to light yesterday. I think we've got to go back and look at the process of how some of the information got rolled up in Munis.
So what are we looking at, Joe, really?
Honestly,
I mean, you just said 3 what?
386 was the number that was arbitrarily removed from the top 7 or 8 lines without explanation. And nobody has an explanation. They don't even know how those numbers got plugged into those top lines. I don't have access to any of those lines up until information technology.
Right.
So I'm not sure who put those numbers in, and I haven't got an answer from anybody as to who did. So nobody knows who put those numbers in. But even if, as I say, even if I ask them to be reinstated to last year's numbers, I know last year's numbers aren't going to work. So.
And you said that there's 2 or how many people missing from the actual head count?
Actually, the number is correct. The titles are wrong. Last year, the board had approved 4 TC2s and 20 TC1s. This year, the personnel summary suggests that. And the reality is today that we have 23 TC1 positions and 1 TC2 filled at the moment. And we're in negotiations with the union for those other 3 TC2 positions. I don't want to give them up.
Right. And is that the union that's currently, it's not DIA, it's that one, your union?
My union has settled their contract, but this is an open item.
Okay. What do you have to do?
So I think that we will just table, we're not voting today,
Thank you.
on this.
Yes,
We're
thank
not
you.
voting until next week,
Okay.
being that this just came to light. I just found out about it last night as well and trying to figure out what exactly happened. I would suggest Mr. Gaudette and the finance department just kind of look at the numbers because it sounds like there might both revenue and the
Expenses.
expense and present an updated budget to the board. I would also ask the finance department just to look for if there is an increase, any potential recommended offset to that increase. I'm not looking to hopefully increase the operating budget as it's been presented. And then you can come back and present to the Board of Selectpersons either hopefully by our Thursday, off a day, Thursday budget hearing or before we vote on Monday.
But this could potentially be a $500,000 change to the budget or more. I mean, that's a giant mistake. It's big. And I mean, I don't, I mean, something's gonna have to give, because I mean, frankly, tax increase is pretty high.
I think it's important to note that the extra revenue comes off the top.
Right.
And then the town of Fairfield is responsible for 67% of the net.
Right.
So it
Well, I don't
wouldn't,
mean your budget, I mean the overall budget.
No, but
okay.
even in terms of.
It's gonna have an impact.
It's, let's find out what the number is. I don't want to put a talking point out there right now until we know exactly what the numbers are and what happened or make any sort of insinuations of how it happened. And I think it's important that these guys get together, we'll look at it. There's an increase, we'll come to this board with a potential offset and make sure that we're talking about correct numbers.
Is Easton's revenue included in here correctly? What they're supposed to be paying us to be involved?
Yes, Easton and the state are correct.
That's correct.
We missed 103,000 on the training and capital outlay.
Is that part of the 386?
No.
That's another.
But that's revenue.
Oh,
So it would be an offset.
okay.
Right.
An
It-
offset
It
to
would
the
be an offset
expense.
to the operations. It's 15,000 for training, which I had increased the operational budget line item to 15,000 for the request because we're eligible for reimbursement up to 15,000. And then the capital outlay is 176,000 because the capital grant from the state, it represents 50%. So if you're gonna, they'll reimburse us up to $88,000 if we spend $176,000.
Can I just add one thing? I think it's important to note that our dispatchers are the first line of defense for our officers, our firefighters, and they're the first call that our residents of our town are receiving to. So our dispatchers are answering these 911 calls to a point where they are the first line of defense for us. So I think it's really important that we get this budget right, because we want to ensure that our dispatchers have enough equipment, have enough money to satisfy them, but to know that they truly are the extended arm of our police and fire departments for sure. Because without them, we can't function, and without a functioning dispatch center that's going to bring us up to the next level, it's a detriment to us. So I think it's very important for us to get this budget right to ensure that we have enough money to support them because they truly are supporting our departments.
Well, it'd be detrimental to the whole community.
For sure.
I mean, you look around the state, you hear it on the radio, or you see it in the news, that they're all really, the state and Bridgeport's doing a push to recruit dispatchers because they don't have enough. Anyway.
No problem, of course. Yeah.
Well, we have, so here, do we have any questions just in terms about the dispatch center or about Easton coming on board? We'll go back and he'll meet with finance about the numbers, but just in terms about the services that they provide or any of the line items, just to get a detail on that, because I think it would just, it would be helpful for all of us to just have an understanding. So if there's any questions now, he will be coming back, but.
How many do we have to add Easton?
So interestingly enough,
A big community.
we didn't need to add any.
That's great.
So yeah, it really is an increase in revenue that almost $500,000 with the addition of Easton. So.
That's awesome. Budget snafu's not awesome, but that's awesome.
Well, we'll figure this
I think
out.
we need to look
I'm
at
sure
that
it'll figure
also,
it
and
out.
just in conversations that right now, current year overtime was higher because there were open positions that we were holding
That's right.
as well. So I would anticipate that once we fill those positions, there will be some shifting
So
potentially between those line items as well.
So the overtime now becomes, with the addition of Easton, in the past, we were able to go down to 5 operators at certain days and times. With the addition of Easton, we're gonna try to maintain that 6. So normally we have 6 people scheduled to work on days and evenings, and we would allow them to go down to 5 without having to hire overtime. Once we gain Easton, we're gonna try to maintain that 6, which means the first time somebody books off sick or on a vacation day, then we're gonna have to hire overtime. So I expect that the overtime is gonna stay about the same. But again, we're adding $400,000 in revenue to the budget. So it shouldn't have a huge impact on the budget.
Okay.
And they work a lot of overtime.
So that's kind of where they make their money. And,
Yeah.
you know, we're literally,
It's hard.
there's no bench.
Yeah. that's
And
something.
if somebody takes a day off, we have to hire somebody.
Yep.
And we don't close, so.
Nope, definitely not. All right. All right, so we will see you again.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, fellas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Take care, Keith.
Thank you. All right, you can take a break.
Okay.
We're gonna just take a 5-minute, enough?
I don't even. need
All right, go 5 minute, just a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Your
You've got
miscellaneous,
Matt. You want to stop after registrars?
transfer.
Matt's here.
There,
Yeah.
you know, like we transferred from seasonal flu, for that, and so she added that number, but in the budget, it's only 15, so we're going down to. That's a 2 going to 1. That's it. Yep. All right, thanks. Yep.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right. I'm watching you guys.
All right, we are back in session, and we are going to take a lunch break after the registrars of voters presents, being that Mr. Wagner is with us. We won't make you come back. Right now, we are on to the first select person's office. My name is on there, but I'm going to have our Chief of Staff, Christine Brown, present this budget. And I can fill in any questions.
Good morning. Christine Brown, Chief of Staff. There are very few changes to the first selectman's budget. There were we made some minor reductions in travel and meetings, training, and advertising. There is currently funding for a chief operating officer position, which was passed through the charter. That position is not currently filled. And there was also a salary increase projected for the communications director, which was part of a salary adjustment for a couple of employees that was discussed last year and phased in over 2 years. So it's a small budget. That's the presentation. Questions?
Didn't HR tell us months ago they were doing a market analysis on, and we've never seen that.
Classification and compensation study. I believe it's recently been completed. Christine, do you want to comment on
It
that?
has recently been completed. We just got it back. The new HR director is currently reviewing it. I haven't even gone through, it just came in last week, looking at it as well, but we can share that. And if we have an executive session, now that wouldn't really be part of the executive session, but we can share some high-level information from that as well.
Because there was one done prior to that one, and then we expended, and I'm saying this is going on like 4 months ago maybe, that we spent, I don't know, 16 grand to do this, and I mean, honestly, I think it should have been part of the building the budget. Because like, as I said earlier, there seems to like be a lot of disparities in these department head salaries. And it doesn't seem like it's based on any analysis. It's just sort of.
I think that that's been acknowledged to be an ongoing problem. And that's why Lee Palmer, the HR advisor, had determined that this was a good thing to do. The study took a lot longer, I think, than they expected, just because the consultant had some trouble getting data from other towns.
Yeah. I mean, they had to reach out to, the process was that they interviewed staff, which took some time, just the scheduling of that, for people to work in the interview, then reaching out to other municipalities that would be considered comps and getting that information back, and then just compiling the report. We can get some information on that. There was money held in contingency for department head salaries. Didn't want to necessarily, well, as you know, when you're bargaining sometimes, you don't want to necessarily show.
No, of course.
So, and I think that part of that as well was for potential increases in department heads. I will say that there is differences in department heads, just simply, people, they've been with the town for a long period of time, they get, increases for various reasons through longevity and for cost of living. So we just caution about comparing apples to apples and people that have been here for a couple of years versus people that have been here for longer, or people that have come from one in terms of recruitment. Personnel costs they drive our budget, rightly so. The people that work for this town, they drive, elected officials come and go, but the people that work in this building, they're the ones that really provide for our residents on a long-term basis. I think it's important that we attract professional, high-quality personnel and also retain them. As you well know, staff turnover comes with a cost. money into training somebody. If there's institutional knowledge, you want to keep somebody. So salaries and benefits is just one very large factor into attracting and retaining high-quality staff. And it'll be an ongoing discussion as we review this budget. But
No, I agree.
Yeah, we'll just get you some more information.
No,
I want to be just sensitive as we start talking about.
No, I don't want to get into the
department heads, because
details.
there's people and I
No,
don't
I don't want
want
to get into the details, and we should definitely have an
Yeah.
executive session. I just know that we did this analysis when I was here, which is, a while ago. And so I just I feel that we should have had that data because it's very intricate or integral into the decision-making process on some of this stuff. Like, when you're building the budget, you need to know what these people are worth to be able to accommodate and compensate them appropriately. And then that backs up the elected officials who have to vote on these things to understand that there was some kind of analysis done. I don't, listen, I've said this in the past, and it's nothing personal.
No, I don't take it personally.
But I felt, and I still feel that, $106,000 salary for a communication director is too much. We have an animal control officer that makes slightly more than that, who's been here for I don't even know, 40 years. And is, I would gather, a very important job. So there are some things that I think that could have been scaled back a little on some of these things. I just feel with the additional charter inclusion of a CAO, which was very controversial when I first brought it up, and I think is an important part of running a community this large for the front office. And that is a very high salary. That's a high salary. So having that person in there, I think we need to take into account trying to be a little leaner in the way we present and manage the town. We're talking about efficiencies and modernizations, but yet we're spending, in my opinion, a lot of money on things that we don't necessarily, there's need to have and like to have. And I think there's a differentiation between those. And that's just my personal opinion.
I would just like to add that a lot of that is subjective. I think this study will provide really good input, but at the department head and the professional staff level, seniority is much less of an issue. And the bottom line is it's really about market forces and what you need to pay somebody to attract them to work here. So I think that will be really good input, but when you make an offer and it's rejected because of salary, that's kind of where the rubber meets the road.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah,
And I dealt with it. But I think that, and we could talk about it in executive session, I just think that in this economic situation and based on the data that Christine shared in her presentation and how the shift to the residential has been so extreme and the commercial has bottomed out a bit, that we need to be awfully careful about where we're spending our money. Because let's face it, you know it, you're a citizen of this town, of this country, we're all paying a lot more for every single thing we buy because of what's happening nationally. And it's no one's fault, but it is what it is. Your oil bill, your gas bill, your food bill, your UI bill. So I just think we need to be really careful. I think we need to pay the people who are really delivering incredible service to our community, like our public safety people and some of our other people, and need to be more careful about what we're spending in other areas.
And I would just absolutely cognizant of that, which is why I'm looking at the first selectman's budget, Selectpersons budget, just in terms of office expenses. We did try to find reduce line items. Do you really need it for the upcoming fiscal year, or could we, potentially put some things off? So you'll see a reduction in travel and meetings. You'll see a reduction in training. Reduction in communications. Really try to fill that, appreciating the increase in the communications director's salary, trying to find an offset within the department to cover that cost increase. I will say that in hearing from residents, they want information. Commend you for your newsletter and continuing on, and Ms. Claire with the bi-weekly newsletter to residents. I think it's a valuable source of information. One of the priorities was Aquarian and UI. just continuing advocacy for our community on those two fronts. And I will share that the Director of Communications is the contact person, both with our grassroots organization, those community groups, as well as our legal team very often in terms of helping us with the communications, with testimony we may want to give, with what communication that we message out to our residents, to help them message to their elected and officials and other decision makers at the state level. And based on where we are with both the Aquarian case and the UI case, I think that communication of our residents was really a game changer. And Ms. Claire did play a role in helping residents communicating that message out. But hear you, just,
No, I
I
appreciate.
just hear you,
I
and I
do,
think that
and-
you know about communication,
Yes,
and each
and-
administration's different.
Yes, and I appreciate it. And, you know, as someone who started that newsletter, you know, we did it with a staff that was not the same. You know, chief of staff, myself, and the part-time person all worked together collectively. And I think we were able to pull it off and be very communicative to the public. And listen, mostly it's the legal, the UI, and the Aquarian unit. We're spending a considerable amount of money on lawyers, which we should, and they're doing their job as they should. I just, you know, note that I think we need to be more lean and careful because I just feel that the increase is, you know, it's substantial. It's the highest one I've seen in a very long time. And I talked to you about this, and I've been saying this for months that, you know, I wanted to see a nice low one, you know.
Listen,
I thought this was the year. You know, during COVID, we cut it down to 0. And then we even kept it under 1, you know, in the subsequent years. I just think we need to be really, and then to hear today that, you know, the dispatch center is off by a lot of money. I think now we really need to start looking to be a little bit leaner.
And I will say, just be very comparing apples to apples, you know, past budget cycles for the last 5 years benefited from $25 million in ARPA funding, which helped offset some operational expenses, numerous capital expenses, which, you know, flows into
capital.
Right, a lot of capital, but that also impacted the operating budget, and that we weren't seeing the debt service costs for those capital projects.
Yeah.
So that funding is gone now. And, you know, with also, you know, the school budget and how it impacted those low increases on the town side, you know, having school buildings closed, you know, we went through this in terms of they were not typical budget years. And I think that we're kind of getting into facing, as you said, rising costs, healthcare costs, utility costs, just goods and services going up. Residents are feeling it, but it's not as if municipal government is also not feeling that in the goods and services that we're purchasing. So hear you, you know, I do think that communications is still very important. And with the UI, yes, our legal team is top-notch, but our mobilizing the public, especially, you know, with getting the extra month to advocate with the Siting Council, that was due to the public raising their voices. And I'm not really sure that would have happened without the town on multiple fronts getting the communication out that was needed.
I would also add that each first select person determines how they want to divide up responsibilities in their office. And I think that First Selectman Gerber did it differently than you did, Ms. Kupchak. And I don't do communications. That's the job of our communications director. The newsletter is only one small part of what she does. So the way we've divided it in the office, she has a very, very full plate. But I'm sure First Selectman Vitale could talk to you offline about that.
I mean,
Well,
right
maybe
now-
not offline, but in executive session more
No.
about that.
Well, I mean, not an executive session. I know when I was in office, I had a lot of asking for job descriptions. I mean, every week. And when I added, you know, the chief of staff, what is she doing all day? What is, you know, what is my CAO doing? What is this one doing? What is that one doing? And so, maybe that would be helpful to get those before we vote on the budget. And I think other boards would appreciate it. I'm just saying that.
That's easy to provide.
Right, and I understand what you're saying. People do things differently. I'm just saying, when you're utilizing taxpayer dollars, I think everybody needs to be hands on deck and in government. And I've worked in other governments before. I worked for a congressional office, and I get that people all hands on deck. So my job description as first selectman wasn't really, hey, write a newsletter, right? But I wanted to. So, I took the time to do it at night or on the weekends and then pass it back and forth through other staff and have people edit and look and all of that. Was it a lot of work? Yeah, it was. Was I tired? Yes, I was. But, you do what you got to do. So I'm just saying that, I get everybody has their own way of running things. I'm just saying that with taxpayer dollars, we need to be extraordinarily lean about it.
Right, and I think we're
especially
really mindful of that.
this year.
Times are different from what they were 6 years ago in terms of how people are expecting to be communicated to. The communication vehicles that exist today didn't even exist 6 years ago, or 12 years ago, or 20 years ago. So we're trying to be very mindful of that and change with the times at the same time.
And as I said, making reductions in the department to help offset the increase. And I will, just in terms of right now, we have been operating for 7 months without a COO in terms of comparing just administrations, in terms of all hands on deck, very much. Would like just to thank the staff at the First Selectpersons office during since I've taken office, whatever acting, interim, but now fully elected, that it truly has been all hands on deck in my office and throughout the town. So I think that mindset is definitely here in town, alive and well in town hall. And, the COO position, putting it out there, it's there, but there's some other positions that I think the town could use that money for instead of potentially having a COO. Not suggesting that, but there's needs that are not, positions. There's areas in our town hall that I think that we could even add positions, but we are not doing that. Being mindful of the level of the tax increase and that residents right now, some are definitely struggling with rising costs. All right. Ms. Follier, any questions about the First Selectpersons budget?
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Any public comment on the First Selectpersons budget? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to purchasing. Mr. Toulon. Are you online? Are you going to enter, make your grand appearance?
I'm here. It was just taking a moment to unmute.
Okay.
And I apologize for my absence. We were hit pretty hard up in Guilford where I live. We just got power back a couple hours ago, and both my kids are home from school. So it's been a fun couple days. But so in terms of the purchasing department budget, I guess I'll start. There's a couple minor reductions that I've made. In the scheme of the big budget, they're not going to save us much, but I did a 5-year look back on our actual expenses and made some minor reductions to travel, postage, and advertising. We don't advertise for bids the way we used to. Larger projects that require more expensive advertising, that usually gets charged directly to that project. So it seemed appropriate to make these small reductions. In terms of increases, the big one is we now are about 6 or 7 months into using our new e-bidding and contract management platform. It's called Bonfire. I think it's been a great success. This first year of it that we're in right now was funded out of the IT department. but the plan was to move that into the purchasing department moving forward. So that is a $25,400 recurring subscription fee. That is in the fees and professional services line. I could not advocate more strongly that I would like that to continue. I think the benefits that we are already seeing and will continue to see from that outweigh the cost. It is already drastically modernized the way we monitor our contracts. So we're not missing renewals and things like that. We've issued about 40 bids and RFPs on the new platform, and some growing pains at times in terms of learning how to actually utilize all the tools. But I think we're already seeing increased number of bidders and increased transparency there. So I think that's a big win for us as a town. You'll see there's also an additional $21,568 in that line item. That's, I guess, honestly, more of a placeholder at this point. One of the initiatives we've done in the last year through the purchasing department and with the internal auditor and finance, as I believe you should know, we've made pretty drastic changes to the way, what used to be called the pink voucher policy. And one of the offshoots of that is that nearly all financial transactions now are going through the purchasing module in Munis. And, we're finding there are certain parts of that it's maybe not the most efficient way to handle those transactions. Employee reimbursements being one. So, you have a legitimate business, a business meeting or a legitimate business reason where someone has utilized their own money, and then they need to get reimbursed for that. It's a lot of additional steps. It's not the cleanest process going through purchasing. Could we survive with it as is? Probably for now, but I would like this to be on the radar that it would be best practice at some point to modernize our employee reimbursement and expense tracking. Other than that, do you have any other questions? Everything else is pretty easy in our department.
And this is on page 90 for the public in the budget book, 90 and 91. And 92. Any questions? Ms. Follier, any questions?
Sorry about the power out.
Yeah, it's good packing snow, right?
I hope you didn't have any pipes freeze.
No, that happened a couple weeks ago with the deep freeze, but no, we're good. I had the generator all set up. It was good to go.
All right, well, good luck. Let the kids play outside.
Yeah.
The sun is shining. And if we have any follow-up questions, we will email you. Thank you for joining us remotely. I'm glad you got power back, so you were able to join us.
Yeah, just in the nick of time.
Okay. Any public comment about purchasing budget? Okay, seeing, we're moving on. Oh, Mr. Coolin, you're doing administrative services as well.
Traditionally, I only have a piece of this. I see Ben there. Is someone else going to?
37.
So I guess to get started, I'll say this is where the copy releases and mail services are housed. Those are, I'm sorry, I was not terribly prepared to speak about this.
That's okay.
But I believe those costs are generally stagnant. There shouldn't be any significant changes there.
All right, and the budget, we'll talk about. Fees and professional services is carrying a large balance, and I'm gonna let.
Fees and professional services under the administrative organization is comprised of the outsourced mail and courier services as well as the Paycom fees. That is the largest component within that budget line item.
And apologize for that we didn't update the description to include Paycom in that, because that is the biggest budget driver of this budget. Can you just give your name and
Oh, I am.
your
My apologies.
official title?
My name is Ben Boveru. I am the Director of Financial Planning and Analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry that you guys have not had an opportunity to meet. So yes, Ben has, he's pretty much nuts and bolts of putting this budget together. Our budget director. So thank him for his work. So any questions about administrative services? All right. Seeing none. Any public comment on administrative services? Seeing none, we're moving on to registrars of voters. Mr. Wagner is here and Ms. Politi is joining us via Zoom. Thank you both for being here.
Hi there. Kathy, I don't know if you have some comments you'd like to make. I know the one sort of large increase is just related to an expected August primary. We have to be slight political prognosticators in that, and I think our estimated assumption is that we're looking at a single party gubernatorial primary for the summer that we did not obviously have in the current fiscal year.
This is on page 39 for the public. Sorry for interrupting that.
So Kathy, I don't know if you have some remarks. I see the mute signals went off, so.
Yes, how is everybody doing? Basically, most of the increases are due this year to having 2 elections expected. We expect an August primary plus the November elections. So that kind of doubles the cost of things. But other than that, Matt, I'll let you explain capital outlay, since that's your request on that one. We also had increases in the maintenance because that's basically set by the Secretary of State and the vendor. So we really have no control over that, and that cost more than originally expected. Go ahead, Matt.
All right. Well, so I'll say one other thing that is sort of a difference, and I think a question that we have is we have a custom of doing a pre-election mailing for each general election. It's going back to 2015 or so, and the proposal here has a mailing for the August primary, and we haven't historically done pre-primary mailings. With the advent of early voting and the fact that it can and often is in a different location from cycle to cycle, notifying people of where that is in sort of a uniform way is something that we've been doing and I'd like to continue doing. So that's in there for the primary. There's also a proposed mailing that we had suggested, assuming after the 2024 statewide constitutional amendment that allowed for no excuse absentee voting. We expect a significant policy change in absentee voting availability for people. The legislature has not acted on that in the sort of 14, 15 months since that took place. So that I think was surprising to us last year, but at some point they will, and I think the voters might want to know sort of what to expect and what the changes are sort of when that happens. So that is in there. The capital expenditure that Kathy was referencing is a discussion we've been having about our tabulator equipment. We did receive 26 regular tabulators and 1 high-speed tabulator from state bond that came to the town and was approved by the Board of Selectmen last year. That equipment is sufficient for 10 polling places
plus our 3 types of ballots that will typically count centrally: early voting, absentee, and same-day voter registration, each of which use a tabulator and a backup tabulator. We are 1 tabulator short for state election years, where we have 11 voting locations rather than 10, to have a backup for every single one. There's also, we're at the sort of the early stage of having this equipment, and we have found that there is 1 or 2 that go out of service in the course of an election cycle. We had 2 out of service for our most recent special election. And so there's a proposal here to put 2 in, essentially, to expand our inventory to 1 beyond the minimum we need to have a backup for each tabulator. We use backups for 2 purposes. One is for instant operational deployment at the polling places on election day. If equipment goes down, they can deploy something right away without having anything delivered to them or recycled from another location or anything like that. We also use those in the case of a post-election recount, right? So we have a separate tabulator to count each type of ballot that we may have from a different polling place, or centrally counted absentees or other things. So that is what those are used for. Having a little bit of a wiggle room in terms of, like, you know, what do you do if you need to do a recount but you don't have the backups? There's been some hope that the state would be able to make some of their surplus equipment available to us on request. Our inquiries thus far have not gone responded to. So I'm not going to say that's a total shock or surprise, but the expense you see in there, which is I think on the order of $12,000, is reflecting purchase of 2 tabulators, voting tabulators.
I'd just like to say that I don't feel it's necessary at all. Backups aren't actually required, but they are sent to the polling locations. In a recount, you could just pop out the USB and put in a new one, as we were given that guidance by the Secretary of State's office. So I don't feel it's more of a want than a need.
Any questions for the registrars? No? Spalier, any questions?
I do. I remember recently we approved a grant that I thought, Mr. Wagner, that your idea to use that money was towards getting extra tabulators, and Ms. Pilati was interested in, I think, funding employees or payroll with it. And what did you guys do with that money? What ended up being the way you spent that?
I'll say what it has been directed to within our budget, because it did require a end of the calendar year expenditure, was the operations from the most recent general election. So it gave us a discount essentially on the general election from November 2025. My suggestion and proposal sort of internally was to say that we could then use some of that cost savings to request an internal transfer to make that tabulator purchase. So that has not been done. That is what did happen with the grants that we received. And that's whether we would prefer to do an internal transfer in the current fiscal year, what is remaining to transfer after the special election costs that we just did. Those are conversations that we had in our budget meeting, but didn't have I'd say a clear direction on at this point.
Do you have a number of what's left in your budget for this fiscal year?
I don't right now. I'm looking at Tom, who's here, who may. Part of it was that there's also been a long-term shift from paying for poll workers and office staff through our seasonal line to moving office staff into the part-time line. And so we had expected that we had sort of a lot more funds because an old number appeared in one of our reports. And it is less than we thought. So how much is remaining for that? I'm not sure at this moment. Kathy, if you have that number offhand, that may be.
Well, basically, the early voting, had to be, we had to spend that money. It had to be directly related to early voting, and tabulators really aren't. Maybe they'll pass legislation this year, so that would be different. Hopefully we'll get another early voting grant, but that mainly went towards staffing and printing costs. So really the special election didn't cost anything additional.
Okay, so this budget includes early voting costs anticipated. It doesn't include any anticipated grants from the state or any.
Right, not unless we have like a concrete answer that we're definitely getting X amount of dollars, which we don't.
Great. And when would the primary be for the one party governor?
First week of August.
August 11th.
And would you do your training like in July then for your employees then, the cost of that?
Yeah, that would all be next fiscal year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Polly, do you want a current year-to-date budget for registrars? Or are you good? For fiscal
I
year
think it would
20.
be helpful to have that if we could get that.
And I think just to say, I think that there's a discussion about, particularly because of one of the things we had intended to do with an internal transfer was to cover the equipment maintenance fees that for 6 months of this year that were not in our current fiscal year budget. I think there's going to be a discussion about whether we want to do a request before the Board of Finance later this year, sort of for current fiscal year or not. So I think that will arise at some point in the next month or two.
Mr. Harris.
We have the year-to-date.
Yes, in Munis right now, based on all entered actuals and encumbrances, there's $83,990.58 left in the registrars of voters budget.
I call that good news.
Thank you.
I'd say that's good news. All right.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any public comment on the registrars of voters budget? Seeing none? I think that now is a good time to take a break. Oh, what do you need? Come back at 1.
1 o'clock sounds good.
1 o'clock?
Yep.
Okay. So we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Can I have a motion to recess until 1 o'clock.
So moved.
Second?
Yep, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will be in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back. Sorry for the delay. All right, we're continuing our review of department budgets, and we are on to Zoning Board of Appeals. And that can be found starting on page 42 in the budget book.
Hello. This is my first budget meeting before you, so thank you so much. I'm Emmeline Harrigan.
Introduce yourself for the public.
I'm the planning director of the Plan and Zoning Department. I want to say thank you to Tom and Ben for holding my hand through this process. As a department head newbie, I really appreciate all their assistance. So my budget is in two parts. The first part is the Zoning Board of Appeals budget. That's fairly flat this year, with the exception of a request for an increase in the fees and professional services category, and that's to accommodate the state statute required need for transcripts. Unfortunately, we do sometimes see appeals to the decisions made by the Zoning Board of Appeals. A recent example, for example, is the request for the town for the wastewater pump station was appealed. And so we just can't control these things, but we have seen an increase in appeals, which is why we're making that slight revision for just for what we're seeing year to year for the last couple of years, that we are seeing at least 1 to 2 appeals within that category that need to be represented within the budget.
Any questions?
Remember during the reval discussions, we were talking about the RTM could potentially add more people with that, but those are volunteers.
Those
so
are
that
Board of
doesn't-
Assessment Appeals, not.
Oh, okay, all right, that doesn't have a.
Was it no?
Zoning Board of Appeals are elected, yeah.
Assessment Appeals. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
And then barring any questions, I can go on to the
questions?
plan and zoning portion of the budget. Okay.
Right, before you do that, though, any public comment on the Zoning Board of Appeals budget? Okay, seeing none. All right, moving on to Plan and Zoning, page 44.
So this is our biggest part of the budget. This includes our staff costs, payroll. We did have, outside of contractually obligated increases to our salaries, we did have a slight revision down for longevity bonus. As you know, we had 2 significant retirees within our retirements this past year within our budget, and so that longevity bonus decreased slightly. In addition, as explained with the Zoning Board of Appeals budget, we have seen quite a bit of appeals to Plan and Zoning Commission decisions. That has resulted in significant costs related to transcripts. And so you'll see an increase in fees and professional services with a request of about an additional just over $10,000. And that does reflect our current year-to-date. We're at about, I just need to pull that up, I think we're at about 100 and, what's our over on that one? We're at 135% of budget right now, with a bit more of the end of the fiscal year to go. So unfortunately, we are seeing a higher cost within fees and professional services based on those transcripts for appeals. As you know, I think our budget is pretty simple and straightforward, but the work that we do is fairly, can be complex. We are, with the passage of our Plan of Conservation and Development, we are this year engaging in a significant update to our zoning regulations to hopefully modernize them, allow for redevelopment in areas where we'd like to see redevelopment. And so that process comes with some additional cost for this next fiscal year, including for advertising and also for our minutes and secretarial services. So you'll see a slight increase in that category. And then additionally, within special department supplies, with some of the reconfiguration, I think that happened in the Kupchak administration, departments, there was remodeling that was done to many of the offices. When that happened in the engineering department, we were lucky to receive one of their large format printers, which we have found really, really helpful to be on the second floor so that the building department can use it, we can use it. But with that, engineering said, here's the maintenance contract for that. So we added that within our budget since it does sit within our space. Those are the more significant line items within our budget itself. The other thing that we are requesting within the capital budget is to be able to modernize and reconfigure our space a bit in terms of the filing. I know the filing system is quite old, but it operates in a way that I've never had in my land use experience in other municipalities. And so in order to kind of go through that and thoughtfully move to the step of determining what we can digitize and what we can't, we do need a better way in which to organize all of the paper that we have, and we have quite a bit of it. What's called a expandable stack system, which you see in the town clerk's office, which the town clerk has now, and you sometimes will see in libraries where the stacks move. Medical offices, it's very common. We are requesting a one-time expenditure to be able to add that system within our space that helps us reorganize our space a bit better. With that, there is an office supply request to be able to accommodate the additional filing system supplies needed for that request. We did, as part of this budget, also look at our revenues, and we have not revised our fees since 2018. So one of the things that we did is we did review increasing our fees. We tend to look at our comps as being Westport, Greenwich, Norwalk, and West Hartford. So we do think that we can increase our revenues slightly by increasing our fee structure, which we haven't done since 2018. That's all I have. If you have any questions. That's up for Plan and Zoning Commission review at this evening's Plan and Zoning Commission meeting. So, yes, so hopefully that will actually go into effect. We have a tentative effective date is March 1st, so that will go into effect for the last quarter of this fiscal year.
I apologize since I'm not in the room. Is that changing page 45 of the budget book, what you just handed them?
I don't
Why
have
don't you
the-
take that we didn't.
I don't have that exact page. Yes, that would modify, yep, that would modify that page. And so, you know, the permits that we issue most frequently are actually what's called zoning compliance permits. Those are the fees that happen largely within our office that are quote unquote the administrative fees. But there's a portion of those that actually also go before the commission. Right now, we charge $160 for that fee. Comparable fees charged in Westport are $660. Greenwich charges anywhere between $1,300 to $4,500. Norwalk, $710. West Hartford is closer to us, where they charge $210, but then an additional $50 per 1,000 square foot of construction cost. What we did is we just took our $160 fee for that and moved it up to $260, but our anticipated revenue for that is significant. So the revenue would go from about $52,000 a year to about $120,000 a year. And that's where we'll see the most movement, because those are the largest quantity of permits that we issue annually.
And just for clarification for finance, we took out the capital outlay for the filing cabinet.
Correct.
However, we didn't put the revenue in. So those two, the filing cabinet is not in the budget. We made that reduction and went back, continuing, even though we finalized the budget early last week, and continuing to do a review, and asked Ms. Henline to see if there was going to be any potential for an increase to revenue. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and this could potentially be an adjustment, if not by this board, by the Board of Finance. Any additional questions? Ms. Kupchak?
Hi. What is the difference between a special permit and a special exception?
In process, not much. In terms of applications, there are very few uses that are special exception uses. Some of them include, for example, the universities, town projects, automobile uses, daycare facilities. So they're very limited. Special exceptions are kind of those unique uses that sometimes will have special standards that are incorporated with them. A special permit or a special exception, really what that defines for us is the need to have a public hearing per state statute. So there are sometimes additional costs associated with those kinds of applications. We do have to notice in the paper, there's a mailing that's done. So it's a higher level of review by the commission.
The only reason I ask is because the Westport and Greenwich don't charge for those, I guess, or they're not applicable.
Sorry, let me just.
And West Hartford's 260 and we're at 560 and going up to 660.
Some communities don't actually have a special exception. They just do it by special permit. And then they list those standards differently within their regulations. You don't have to have a special exception process. You could do everything by special permit.
But ultimately, this is all governed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. They will adopt it.
Yes.
And we'll just add it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Any of them?
No, thank you.
Any public comment on town planning and zoning? Seeing none? Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Ms.
so much.
Harrigan. All right, we're moving on to conservation, page 53. We have Mr. Bishop.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Conservation Commission, I'd like to thank this board for taking their time and discussing this budget with me on behalf of the department. I'm currently fully staffed, and I'd like to thank my amazing staff and 4 commissions for their hard work, service, and dedication to the residents and the natural resources of the town. If you start on page 53, it included kind of description, a basic description of the department and our services as it relates to the 4 boards and commissions under our umbrella, as well as a brief budget summary, some permit activity, and this year I included a highlights and outlook section as it relates to this fiscal year. 2 things I did not include in the highlights and outlook section that I could happily amend or include would be our natural resources inventory, which is in progress and due for vote tomorrow night by the commission. That's kind of the equivalent to the POCD for planning and zoning that Emmeline just referred to. This is a first for the town, and our consultant and the commission are doing a great job at assembling that. It's almost 100 pages, so it's a thorough document, as well as a vehicle, vessel, and equipment replacement plan that will help guide some fiscal responsibility for capital and non-recurring capital items for the department's operational needs. And moving on to page 55, there's on the revenue side, just wanted to highlight the proposed increase in revenue on our 2 main revenue streams, which are wetlands permits, both the certificate of wetlands conformance, which is a staff level permit, and the full inland wetland permit that goes before the Inland Wetland Agency. We're continuing to project increases in revenue, and those are both included with a dollar change of an increase of $29,000. On the expense operating side, there are the typical contractual obligations, you'll see towards the top as it relates to payroll and overtime. There was a decrease in longevity bonus, as a previous department had pointed out, for reasons of change in staff. There are notably 3 decreases to the budget this year in the sum of $18,000, and those are related to maintenance and repair of equipment, maintenance and repair of buildings and grounds, and the rental and storage budget line. Part of that, I'll just point out that in the rental and storage, in the past, we have been using for renting a skid steer to maintain our open space meadows. And with thanks to this board and the other regulatory boards related to finance, and we did accept delivery of our tractor. That was much anticipated and well-known throughout town. We took delivery of that on the 7th, just last week. So the reason why I bring that up is because with that acquisition, we're able to lower this line and not have to rent that equipment, since we'll be able to do it in-house for a long time using that machine. And that really covers expense revenue for conservation. There are any questions?
Any questions?
Is there anything that you wanted in the budget that you didn't ask for, or does it reflect, is that reflected here?
There's one item I was going to bring up under shellfish, which is next, but it is shared with conservation, so I could bring it up now. Since you asked, there were some early discussions on a new boat for the department, again shared by with shellfish. That was not in here. That I could do it here, but respectfully asked for a consideration to be made. The boat that the Shellfish Commission quoted is aluminum and was priced out at $31,858, to which would be split with conservation operating budget, maybe under the capital outlay line, and the Shellfish Fund. So only $15,929 would be required to come out of the conservation operating budget. The reason why I bring that up is because the wooden boat that's currently shared between the department and the commission is unsafe. It has holes in it it's been repaired for twice its normal lifetime, and I think is beyond repair at this point. So it's not a safe vessel to travel Southport Harbor and beyond. The department and Shellfish use that both for their shell and clam operations, as well as use that for water sampling. And I would point out that for consideration that we do receive roughly a $10,000 grant from Save the Sound to perform that water sampling activity, which would help offset the 15 and change line.
Did they offer that grant to, like, all towns that do this water sampling?
It's most of the towns, most of the coastline towns do participate, from Greenwich to Stonington. Not all towns do that, but since I've been here, it's been a steady grant that we've received.
And what do they do? Take everybody's results and then...
They do. They take the results that we collect between May and October and compile an overall water quality health of offshore, not to be confused with the beach results, but offshore water quality data, and compile a report card. The Sound does that and then publishes that annually.
Yeah, legislators look at that.
That would be my my request as far as the operation of the department, for both, actually.
Any questions?
I'd just like to point out, we were talking about salaries, I know I'm not gonna go into depth about it, but when I was here, the HR director had mentioned that we were having issues with, as to Christine Brown's point earlier about competitiveness and what was happening. They were seeing a trend where the union people were getting their union salaries, they were getting longevity, they were getting all these union stuff, and the department head wasn't getting any of those things, and that it was becoming a point where subordinates were gonna be making more than the actual department head. And so that's why they revised that policy sections to give some bumps to the department heads. So they would- And I mean, if you just look at, you know, the salaries here, the conservation and the manager, one's in PETA, one is not. And, you know, that's a very close salary to a subordinate. So I mean, I think it's just something to keep in mind.
Mr.
I just want to
Harris?
point out that the department head salaries increases are budgeted in contingency.
And we'll be able to know what those gonna be.
Yes.
Those are gonna be our,
We can talk.
in executive session.
Yeah. And, you know, there are some exceptions to that, you know, if there's a new, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, you know, if there's a new hire.
Right.
That the salary
whatever they got.
might be, right, because there's been, you know, people hired since the last budget was approved.
But generally, if you look at the amount that's shown for budgeted salaries for department heads are the current salaries, and they would not reflect the possible increase that is in contingency.
That's good to know. And we can talk about that.
Thank you.
No, any questions? No?
I just want to say that, you know, Tim has just, I think, transformed the Conservation Department in just such a positive way. Everything you're doing is just great. I mean, people are so happy with the work you're doing and the improvement of our spaces and the access of new space. It's just, you really, really turned it around.
Thank you.
So kudos to you. Really great job.
Thank you. You know, like I said, page 54, you know, one of my goals is to continue to make the department operate and efficiently and provide additional benefits to the town through our program. So just making things simple, like, you know, since we're talking about Shellfish Next, just making that easier. Are this bed status. In the past, that was a sign down at Sasco that somebody had to physically unlock, flip, and relock, depending on whether the state allowed us to open or close the beds. So that was manual. And then there was also a phone line that you could call in to see if are the beds open or not. They didn't always jive, because we might get a reopen notice from the state on a Saturday. No one's going down to Sasco to flip the sign on a Saturday because no one's working in my department. Or change the voicemail over the weekend. So now we're technically open and residents can enjoy clamming, except that everything says that we're closed. So, you know, one thing I've done is update that on the website within 5 minutes. That changes, and everyone could scan that and get that update with the QR code. So just small things that make people's lives easier and the operation run more efficiently is, you know, consistent through all 5 of our department programs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and agreed. Just always looking for open space to acquire. The educational center on Sturgis, it's coming along, and it's going to be really exciting to continue just conversations of what the future looks like in terms of programming and what we can do for the community. So thank you for your leadership and for always looking for new ways to modernize and make our town government more efficient and provide better service to our residents.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on. Any public comment on conservation? All right, seeing none, moving on to Shellfish. 58.
And I'm have the pleasure to speak on behalf of the Shellfish Commission, who I represent. And this one's easy, other than the conversation I just had on behalf of the department and this commission. The budget is remaining flat. Continue to see a leveling out in the sales of shellfish permits, which is still admirable in the 300 to 400 range compared to other towns. That's really the commission's main source of revenue, other than their small operating budget. But for these purposes, their operational budget for FY27 remains unchanged. And they do have their share of the money for the purchase of that boat, if that makes it further in the discussions in the future.
Their share is the 15,989?
Yes. I think roughly the Shellfish Fund is in the $25,000 to $30,000 range. And they have voted to approve purchase of the boat, should it go that far.
What would it cost the town?
The other half, the 15,000.
15,000, okay. And that's with the $10,000 grant?
Yeah, I mean, if we applied that grant money to our normal operations, which includes the water quality sampling from the boat,
Right.
then essentially it would really only be about a $5,000
Oh, that's actually, okay.
$5,000 charge.
It's not a lot of money, but now that we're looking for just,
Yeah, no, I
a little bit of
understand.
money here and there, can you just, for year to date, just looking at your fees and professional services, fiscal year 25 and 24, it was under $1,000. Fiscal year 2000, you're at 2,000, and we're budgeting for next year. Do you foresee using that? Could you speak to what that?
That one has been, that budget line expense on the conservation side has varied. Are you talking about?
Fees and professional services, 53,300, and also, I guess, just departmental supplies. It's flat to last year, but I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a question for finance in terms of year-to-date, where we are with fiscal year 26.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there would be some opportunity there, I think. With increased efficiency in the department, I think it's assisted the commission in these lines. That could be another source of assisting that purchase or relieving some of the burden.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Slowly?
We recently added commissioners to the Shellfish Commission. Is that fully, do we have that fully filled at this time? And are you finding that that's effective in helping?
Yes, and I would also say that with the addition from the charter revision to include alternates, I think once those are fully filled on the alternate side, it's going to create sort of a farm team of succession for replacement as commissioners either time out or resign, that there has those alternates would serve, one, to make sure we have a quorum at a meeting, but also that they have the experience as being alternates to step into a full member role. But right now, it's definitely helpful because there was a few meetings in the past couple months prior that a quorum was questionable and did impede some meetings. So it's definitely helped in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any public comment on Shellfish Commission? All right.
Thank you all.
Mr. Bishop.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Tom.
All right, moving on to tax collector, page 97.
Green Scampy?
Not gonna put my water bottle down here this time.
Oh, you left it.
For a few months, but luckily, the next meeting I went to, I found it. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Klazuski. I'm the tax collector, and just to give you a quick backdrop on a little bit about what our office does, we're a high-volume, customer-focused department. We process over 187,000 transactions on an annual basis. We collect over 300 million in revenue, which represents over 90% of the town's total revenue. I'm proud to say that my team has maintained over a 99% collection rate over the past 5 years, while continuing to deliver excellent customer service to all residents and taxpayers in town. Also, the primary driver of this year's expenditure budget is contractual salary step increases. And then any other increases, they're minimal and inflationary in nature, in that the bulk of my expenditure budget involves both the processing, printing, and then mailing of over 80,000 tax bills on an annual basis. So with that said, I welcome any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
How is, the, going to once a year, how's that been working?
I think it's been fine. It's been about 2 years. This July will be our third billing cycle with it as one installment. When I looked at the numbers, it was around 80% we're paying in 1 year installment as it is. All leasing companies, if you lease a vehicle, you don't pay the town directly, you pay the leasing company. They were paying us on an annual basis as well. So maybe a handful of individuals that were caught off guard by it and questioned it, but for the most part, it's been pretty smooth.
Taking off some pressure on your department, I'm assuming.
Definitely, yes, yes.
Okay. Any public comment for the tax collector department? Seeing none? Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do. Moving on to tax assessor. We have Mr. Murray with us, page 96 in the budget book. 93, sorry. Hello.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here today. I'm Ross Murray, the tax assessor. So a little bit about the department. Sorry, I've been a very busy day. We're responsible.
Anything going on?
No, nothing. So we are responsible for all the assessments in town, which is real estate, motor vehicle, and the personal property. We also take in and approve any requests for exempt entities, such as charitable organizations, churches, and so forth, and exemptions, which are mostly the veterans exemption, some disability. We take in all the elderly, the senior and elderly disabled program for both the state and the town. My budget this year is pretty straightforward. The biggest change is in fees and professionals. That's down over 200,000, and that's just strictly due to the revaluation being finalized in this budget cycle. So there's no more payments for the next couple of years. That's been in the budget for the past 3 years. We scheduled that over 3 years, and it's finally concluded. One other item to note is under info and technology. That was reduced by 10,000. That reduction should actually come from fees and professional. So that just should get moved, but no net change in the budget on that item. We did have a bit of an increase in the info and technology with our vendors this year. It's I think they averaged about 8 or 9% overall between the 3 or 4 major entities. Questions?
Questions?
this is not about the budget, but,
What could it be about?
I'm just curious about the car, when the former administration agreed to adopt the different change that the state was offering, they were giving. How has that been impacting, like, people, like, I don't know how to ask this question the right way.
So just, I'll give you a little primer on that. So last year, the state legislature changed the way motor vehicles are taxed. It used to be on a market value, and now it is on a depreciation schedule based on MSRP. So everybody got a new assessment. There were winners and losers, but there was nothing consistent. There was older cars that went up, there was older cars that went down, there was new cars that went up, new cars that went down. So kind of a mix all across the board. When they did that, the depreciation schedule started at 85%. They then passed emergency legislation to allow the towns to adopt a schedule that started at 90. And my opinion is that there was many towns that were seeing such a decrease in their grand lists and a shift out of the cars that they didn't want to see, that the legislature reacted to that and adopted the 90 schedule, their option for that. And then Fairfield adopted it. So really, what that does is, for most cars that are in the middle years, it moved them up 5%. The cars at the top, there is some new cars will stay at the top percent for a year or two because they really haven't gotten to be 1 year old, because you could buy a 26 car in probably October. So you could have a car that's on the October 25 grand list that's a 2026 that will be at the top percent for a couple of years. And then once they hit 20 years old, they bottom out.
And what did that do to our overall grand list just for cars? How much did it increase it by?
Don't recall the percent. If I had to, I think it was maybe 6-7% increase to the motor vehicle list.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were upset about it, talking a lot about it. My car, it's not worth that.
Right, but that's a little bit of a difficulty now. It's not about worth.
Right.
Because it's on a straight depreciation schedule. So has nothing to do with market value. It doesn't matter if the car has been in an accident, it's got, a salvage title anymore. None of that matters. It's strictly MSRP and down. But they'll get a nice decrease on their cars this year.
They will.
Yep. The mill rate's going down.
Okay.
So, with that mill rate drop, the cars will come down pretty nicely. So I try to mention to people, you got to look at the combined. The drop in your car probably isn't going to offset the change in your real estate, but it will be an offset.
Good to hear. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I know it's a really, really busy time, so.
So I am going to.
Understatement. So,
Really, you got stuff to do? Sorry.
did I ask for
couldn't
public
help.
comment for the tax assessor? Any public comment?
Russ.
Ross.
Well, it's really just, we need to hear it. He doesn't need to, any public comment for the tax assessor?
Oops, sorry about that.
No one? You're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Let's get back to work. All right, we're moving on to Community and Economic Development. We have Director Mark Barnhart with us, and that is page 72.
Good afternoon. Mark Barnhart, Director of Community Economic Development. Pretty status quo budget outside of the salary and benefit lines, which account for about 85% of the increase. Everything else is pretty much status quo. A few adjustments to reflect what we anticipate to be the cost for each of those services. We have noticed, for example, in advertising that we've had increased requirements for required public notices going up and into our budget. But I'll be happy to answer any questions. We do provide staff support for not only Economic Development Commission and Affordable Housing Committee, but also the Fair Rent Commission and the Arts Commission. And this past year, I remember Emmeline was here talking about transcription services. We had an appeal of a Fair Rent Commission decision. We had to have a transcription made of the hearing. So those things are going to crop up from year to year, and that's in our fees and professional services line. Questions?
Any questions, Mr. Barnhart? Ms. Follier, anything?
I just have a comment. It looks like you've added a lot of services to the town this year, a lot of community engagement, and I just want to say I really appreciate that. The Arts Commission and just everything around town that's been added this year, and I think that's a great service that we provide to our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. We've been very busy. I have to give a shout out to my marketing and business development manager, Mary Alice Limperopoulos, who manages 3 websites for us and multiple newsletters and all of our social media accounts for not just the town and our office, economic development, but also for the Arts Commission as well. So all that's important in terms of providing that level of community engagement that you spoke of. Appreciate that.
No, it is great, and the events, bring people downtown. It's good for business. It's good for our community. People looking forward to it. So I thank you and Mary Alice and your department for all their work. And we talk about, Ross was just here, about the shift between commercial and residential, looking for multiple ways of just revitalizing and keeping our town center as a place where people want to go and people want to shop and want to do business. So I thank you for always looking for ways to engage in multiple mediums, multiple people, multiple stakeholders, and excited for the year ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, we spoke about this, I think the last or the 2 years ago about how, Mark's wearing a lot of hats in economic development, affordable housing, the Arts Commission, the Rent Commission. And, if you look at other towns, the economic development director really doesn't do all those things, right? And we talked about it, and how I thought we should have another person, because especially considering our economic development is, taking a hit a bit.
Well, I think that it's not. I think we're still developing. We welcomed over new businesses. I think it's just.
I do want to express my appreciation to this board. If I didn't say it earlier, I meant to. But certainly the addition of Tom Ivers as a part-time staff person to handle the housing and fair rent issues has been very helpful. It's not that we wouldn't welcome additional staff support, but we also understand the constraints under which we operate. And so I do want to thank the board for their support and providing funding for that part-time position, because that's been enormously helpful, for sure.
That's good to hear. It's just you do a lot. And, you do a lot. And like I said to somebody the other day, we were talking about it, I said, I think Mark got sort of put in that position with housing because he used to be a town manager in Stratford and he had a wealth of knowledge in that area. Other than that, if he was somebody else who was there, it wouldn't be like, oh, by the way, handle this stuff. So it is a unique shift, and I know it takes a lot of your time away from what your job is. I did want to just say, while we were speaking about housing, I wanted to share that, Carolyn Vermont passed away from Habitat for Humanity, and I know you and I both worked very closely with her, and you did as well, Christine, and I just wanted to speak about her and what a lovely person she was, and
absolutely
her incredible passion for helping people, and having been involved with her, be able to bring the first Habitat homes here, partnering with her was, it's a special thing, and I just feel really bad that she passed away.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. A huge loss, such a good person in terms of caring about a community and public service and wanting to make, lives better for people that really just need people to advocate for them, because she definitely did that and was a burst of light, and always enjoyed seeing her, and we'll definitely miss her, and we send our condolences to her family. And that's it. Thanks. more comments, questions? Any public comment for Mr. Barnhart? Community Economic Development, seeing none? All right.
Stage right.
You are.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mark.
All right, information technology. We have our IT director, Mr. Kelly with us, and that is on page 102. Mr. Kelly, thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. The majority of the IT budget actually pays for software and computers and equipment used by all town departments. This year's budget is pretty much a steady as we go maintenance budget. However, we do have a couple of things that came together at the same time this year. So we often sign up for agreements that may be 3 years or 5 years at a fixed price. For example, our Microsoft agreement renews every 3 years. Our town-wide wide area network system renews every 5 years. And both of those come up for renewal this next year. So we were sitting at a fixed price for multiple years, but now we're going to be doing an adjustment in all likelihood that is more than just 1 year's worth of inflation. So that affects a couple of my lines a bit. Also, last year we were on what I referred to as a warranty vacation for our town storage systems, because for several prior years, we were getting extra money in our capital outlay to replace those systems over time. So instead of doing a very expensive forklift rip out and replace all at once, we used several years of capital outlay money to replace the systems. And then they were on warranty they come with a multi-year warranty. So last year we were fortunate to have a lower cost because we were on warranty for both of those systems. This year, one of those systems goes off warranty and shows up now in my maintenance and repair line rather than the capital outlay line. I think that's those are the highlights of the differences in this year's budget.
Any questions?
Is there anything you thought we should have had that you didn't put in your budget?
I can think of 1,000 things that would be nice to have.
Yes.
We have a pretty busy year ahead of us, just working on some projects where we're spending other people's money. For example, we're supporting the police department's Axon implementation. We are also working on deepening our Paycom integration with the police department and then the fire department. And there's one item that's actually listed in my write-up, which was there's a product that our Fairfield uses and most towns use called a virtualization system, which allows us to run many, many, many different applications on a smaller number of machines in our data center. The company that provided that software was bought out by a big company a couple of years ago, and they have been ruthlessly increasing their prices by 100% a year, to the point that it is no longer the value to us that it once was. So one of our big projects this coming months and year is to get out of that software and try to switch to something else. In my write-up, I likened it to replacing the basement of a building. It's the core to everything we have, and we have to be very careful about slipping in the new stuff and moving over to it. So we have a fairly busy year ahead of us.
How long is that going to take?
We're trying to get that done in the next 5 months. Otherwise, we have to renew the software that we don't want to pay for another year. So we're trying to avoid that.
And it's in the budget?
No, that software was removed from the budget with the assumption that we will get it done in time.
But it's got to cost something.
Oh, the new software, it's minimal compared to what we were paying before. So yes, yeah.
But is it a lot of manpower?
It's not as robust a product, but we feel it'll suit our needs. So we're moving from a VMware product to a Microsoft product. We already pay for Microsoft licensing, so the net increase in that is very small.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Fowler? Any public comment for the IT department? Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
All right. We are Health Department. We have Mr. Cleary with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to thank you for the continued support that the Health Department feels from the town and the residents. For those who don't know, the Health Department is a staff of 83, the bulk of which is our school nursing program. Every day, our school nurses are the front line, if you will, for all the issues that happen with our students in the schools, providing them episodic care, emergency care, medication administration assistance, and they do a great job at that. Our environmental health staff inspects and provides responses to complaints about all the licensed establishments that we have and entities, including restaurants and food stores and beauty barber nail salons and public pools and hotels and farmers markets and festivals, and they work. Somebody's on most every day of the week and responding to nighttime calls for cases of extreme hoarding or insanitary conditions in housings that the police and fire respond to, asking us to, whether we declare the dwelling uninhabitable. We inspect and issue certificates for rental properties, for all the rental properties in town, and provide the ability for people to complain about housing conditions to the department. We manage the Board of Condemnation through our administrative staff here, and I serve as a member of the Board of Condemnation. Going around and we're knocking down houses. We knocked down 2 just in the last 60 days and collected over $100,000 in fines related to that. We provide clinical services to children and families for underinsured and uninsured individuals, and do thousands of flu shots and other vaccinations every year. We are continuously doing communicable disease control activities, including managing TB cases and conducting interviews and contact tracing and exclusion activities throughout the community. And we are continuously conducting health promotion and disease prevention activities like our Matter of Balance fall prevention program and our chronic disease support group that we run. So that's the pitch regarding the budget. We are, again, a relatively level year in terms of most of the line items. I will bring to your attention that we are seeing some large increases in salary-related line items. And so several of our contracts were resolved, and some interpretations of those contracts were resolved such that and the budget here, as you see, these large increases is actually representative of multiple years of increases, as those increases weren't included in the budget last year, reflected in the budget book last year. So we see those increases related to regular payroll. We are seeing a reduction in part-time payroll. We're seeing overtime will go up a fair amount related to some of those contractual obligations. Social Security is going up. Other than that, we've reduced our fees and professional services in addition to our part-time payroll. But every other line item is relatively level, which is what we strive to do. The only request that's included in these numbers, we are seeking to combine 2 part-time nursing positions into 1 full-time nursing position. The impact in regards to salary is it's a $95 increase related to salary. The only cost would be the benefits related to that, which would be in the ballpark of $30,000 to $35,000 a year, depending on the types of benefits provided. So that is what we are requesting. And in terms of our revenue, we are relatively level. We use the 3-year average, which we typically do, and our revenue should increase about $10,000.
Any questions for Mr. Cleary?
Emmeline had said this is her first year doing it, and it made me think, and this is my 18th year presenting budgets, so and I guess I do it so well that nobody asks questions anymore, you know.
Can you speak a little bit, just for the board and the public's sake, the change from, part-time to full-time?
Sure.
Just limit
Related to that nursing position.
the
Okay.
nursing position.
So at our middle schools, a few years back, we switched from using internal staff at one of our middle schools, Woods Middle School, to 2 full-time nurses rather than 1 full-time and 2 part-time. It simply works better in terms of providing a better continuity of care for the students. So rather than having sort of like a head nurse and two ones who assist them, tends to put the burden all on one nurse. And so this model will spread that responsibility out to both nurses, providing, so that one nurse isn't the one leading the charge for most of the students. And in addition, and Woods was seeing an increase in the acuity of students there, so that we needed that more support for the full-time nurse there. Tomlinson has been seeing an increasingly number of visits over the last few years. So now it's almost double what we're seeing at Woods and Roger Ludlow Middle School. And so Sarah had proposed that this might be a better option and a more affordable option, just to combine these positions and try to meet that need where we can better case manage the students there. So it's not falling on sort of the primary one nurse to sort of know everything about all the students. They can kind of divide that load up a little bit better and be more responsive.
And I know that we're getting more medically complex students in our school district, as well as just, we talk a lot about the mental health needs of our students, and very often, I know that our school nurses are also supporting staff and our students for that as well. So thank you for your service to our children, and to our kids.
And I should say thank you to, I have a fantastic staff, Assistant Director Rob Guerrera, who handles all the environmental issues, Assistant Director Santina Duranco, who handles all our community health and epidemiology issues, and our nursing supervisor, Sarah Payne, who is doing a great job with us.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions from the board, any public comment for the health department budget? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Last item for today, library, Main and Woods, town librarian Scott Jazarmbek, and deputy town librarian Jan Fisher.
So thank you to the board.
165, sorry.
Thank you to the Board of Selectpersons for allowing me the opportunity to present today. I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to keep this as brief as possible. The library is proposing a modest budget increase of 3% over last year, which includes a 1.9% increase at the main library and a 6.4% increase at the Woods Library. These increases are primarily driven by usage. In 2025, the library surpassed almost all pre-COVID numbers. In the first 6 months of this year, we've seen a 12% increase in program participation, 20% increase in library card registration, and despite weather-related closures, a 1% increase in visits. At the same time, the cost of everything has risen, from cleaning products and repairs to print cartridges and even books. And I'd like to highlight a few specific budget lines for your attention. 53200, our ILS, our integrated library system. This is the computer system that keeps all of the libraries running. Through diligent efforts, we identified a new product that, while it has its challenges, has created significant savings for our libraries and partners. And some of these savings have been reallocated to programming. There's line 56110, office supplies. This line reflects a notable increase in printing costs, driven both by staff and public usage. 56130, janitorial supplies. As library usage increases, so does the need for cleaning and small repairs. Additionally, the cost of these supplies has risen significantly. And then line 51030, that's our part-time payroll. This is our largest line item increase. We've been responsibly raising the hourly pay for our part-time staff, who are the backbone of our public service, often working our night and weekend shifts. Their pay remains below market, but these small raises have been implemented over time to ensure that Fairfield remains competitive while avoiding sudden significant budget jumps. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions. Brenda's impressed.
I have to say. How long did you rehearse that? Did you have a timer? I mean, because I'm very passionate about talking about the library.
Can you just speak to the position that was in IT that's now,
So
just in terms of?
I believe it was in the 2021 budget. We moved our IT librarian out of our department and into IT. We have now moved them back into the library, and I think it's appropriate because Jim does 99% of his work for the library. Libraries cannot run without an IT person there. It's simple. I mean, so much of the services we provide are IT driven, even if it's just programming or purchasing books. So we need to have that person really focus on us.
So we saw a reduction in headcount in IT, and it's moved to library, just in terms of following positions. Any other questions?
No bookmarks?
Oh my God, I forgot him. Oh my God. I'll get you one.
I would definitely.
They're baseball cards this year. I can't, sorry.
No, I loved how you did that. I think it was so creative.
I dropped the ball. Sorry. I'll get you one. I'll make sure I'll get you one.
Any questions, Ms. Bollier? Any public comment on the library? Love our libraries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Scott.
That's it. Any final public comment? Ms. Bollier?
Oh, I'm sorry. At the end, I want a moment of personal privilege.
Sure. I'm going to just ask, before you do that, any public comment just on the budget or any of the departments presented today? Okay, seeing none, the floor is yours.
I just want to apologize ahead of time. I'll be missing tomorrow's morning session, likely, of the Board of Ed presentation for this budget. Unfortunately, in the past month, I've been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and I have an unavoidable oncology appointment tomorrow. So I hope to be checking in tomorrow afternoon, but I apologize that I'll miss tomorrow morning's Board of Ed presentation. And thank you.
Well, we understand, and of course, that your health is first and foremost, so we thank you for being with us today. You can watch the Board of Ed presentation.
I will.
After, and, I think that we want you to take care of yourself first. If you feel like you can't make it here tomorrow afternoon for the meetings, we understand, and we appreciate that you will just catch up on your own time for the recording. And wasn't expecting, think very brave to be sharing that publicly, and I want you to know that we're with you and anything that you need, and we are so happy that you're still serving right now, but let us know if you need anything.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Anything you need, Marcy, please let us know, honestly.
Yeah. We're here.
Thank you.
And with that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Hi. Thank you.
Thank you.